Hello, hello. It's a Sunday evening and all is well, and we are continuing on our journey of building things, great things. And today we're going to hopefully have a sign-up form. We already have the functionality on the server side, so it's just about connecting it to the front end. Should be simple enough. But when have things ever been simple on this channel? It'll be boring otherwise, wouldn't it? Len, hey! How are you doing? Let's see, what are we gonna do today? While it's not important, we should probably do a pre-authentication check before rendering anything. That will solve the one issue. Good, you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited, I'm happy, as always. Moving forward, making progress. I want to get the sign-up form sorted now. I think that's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to jump into that. Yeah, and how have your projects been, Lynn? See, the one thing that I have that's struggling, that I'm struggling with now, is I can log in, and that's not a problem. You'll see here the authentication. If I go log in, everything's fine. And the issue is the "are we logged in" is false, because initially when we're rendering everything we set the logged in value to false, but then in a use effect we update state to check the login state. We send a request to the server. Now, because we logged in via the form, on the login button I have a check if everything went successful, then it's going to use effect update the logged in state to true. That's why you could see the us being logged in here. The problem is if I reload now, we still logged in. The issue is the initial time, it's false, and because it's false, when we're rendering everything, we get the login sign up buttons. But afterwards, after a refresh with use effect, are we logged in is true. So technically we logged in, but because of the way I have things set up, the rendering for the conditional rendering is not working. So the only way you actually see you logged in is if you go and physically log in each time, which is obviously annoying. But we are logged in. And I know that because we can also go to auth on our backend and it will tell us, well, it will give us the username back. So I know that's not like a big priority right now because it's like a small thing. Because it does work, but I mean there are other more important things that we should probably be working on. But at the same time, if you just navigate to any other page, you'll be presented with the login sign up each time, which shouldn't happen. And I think it's just I need to understand how React does things. Because it will have an initial render. And the thing is, I got it working before with use effect, but what happened was you would get the login sign up pages appear, and then briefly, like a second or two later, they'll disappear and you would be shown as logged in. And that kind of is a bit jarring because every time you change your page, you're going to see login sign up. Oh wait, hold on. So there has to be another way around that. And what do you say? I'm currently trying to improve my error handling and success handling on the back end. Okay. For forms, like submissions, or? Those are pretty fun to do. Alright, well if you need any help with that, feel free to let me know. I'd be more than happy to assist. I'm using JSON web tokens to check if the user is logged in. How am I doing it? I am using 3 different things. So firstly, I'm using Passport. The local method of Passport. So if you check this out, this is very well documented. Then I'm using Express Session to handle the cookie generation. But that alone isn't sufficient because if you restart your server, then you will lose the session. So then you need finally one more package, which is was it this one? Mongoose Express Session? I think it was this one. That one's old. It can't be that one. I surely wasn't using that one. Was I using that one? I mean, I could probably check, but no, I don't think I was using that. Let's go check this server real quick. Connect Mongo. Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. So these 3 things, Lynn, I put together. So you have local authentication with Passport that handles the strategy, and it will interface with Express Session and store that in the cookie, and then Express session will save it to your database. And that's pretty much all there is that I use. For some reason I didn't think about using Express Session. Yeah, it's kind of nice. If you don't use it, the user's just gonna have to log back in every time. I could have gone with that instead. Yeah. I mean, you can still do it. It's not that hard to set up. It was literally just one line. You see here, you already have Express Session, right? So here, after your secret and everything, you literally just add store, and you create a new Mongo store that has your configuration, which is literally just it uses your mongoose.connect or whatever driver you're using to connect to your database, and it just stores it in there. That's literally all you do. It's so simple to set up. But now I need to think what I'm going to do here. Wait, first let's go look at React Router. Authentication before app load. Well, basically we just need to check authentication before app load. React check authentication before app load, because I need to render the menus conditionally. Well, isn't that the store? Maybe that's a Redux store. Mantis, hey. How you doing? Good to see you back again. Lynn, but how do you get it to the front end though? You don't need to get it to the front end. I also had that question. I was thinking the exact same thing, like, but how do I get it to the front end? And I was like thinking about it for a good half an hour. And then it just hit me and I was like, you know, like storage, cookie, it's right here. It's on the local machine. There's nothing for you to do. It was always there. The server stores the cookie on the machine, so there's no passing anything around. All you would have to do in your app is when you connect to the server, let me see if I can find an example for you. Here, when you use Axios or Fetch or whatever you do, you need to make sure you pass a JSON object with credentials set to true. And then in your server where you have course, so let me find my course config in my middleware. In course, one of the options that you need is credentials set to true, because then that way it's going to use a token, or it's going to use a session, or whatever it is that you're using, and it's going to use that to verify. So it's that simple. Just Google with credentials. Mantis? I'm fine. What about you? Yeah, doing good. I'm hoping I can solve the problem that we had last night. I'm feeling fresh now. I'm feeling good. I'm going to be here for at least 8 hours. So, yeah, we're just going to slay today. We're going to make so much progress. But I need to figure out this issue. And I feel it's a big issue, and I don't know how to move forward. Mantis, any ideas? What I need to do is... So let me show you the problem. We load the page, right? And you see I've got to log in and sign up. If I go and log in, we're already logged in now, but let me just show you what I mean. I'm going to go and I'm going to log in. Okay. Now watch the login sign up here on the top right. When I hit login, they disappear and it shows that we logged in, right? Because conditional rendering, it needs to check the value of the auth state. Cool, everything's fine. But now we're going to navigate to another page, user. Oh no. Will you log in and sign up again? The problem is when you check your browser, the initial render is, are we logged in, false. then it renders that as the false value, but later on when useEffect is called, we actually are logged in. So I think this has to do with state, and I need a store. I think instead of doing everything in components, I need a single store where I send auth to. I think that's the only way I'm going to be able to do this, because then the store should persist through page loads, I think, right? I'm hoping it does. Or do I need to store it in cookies now? Because navigating a page, like if I have a store, like how long does a store persist for? So long as I'm on the site? Show us the code where it renders? Sure. It's literally just conditional rendering. I'll show you. Here. So I have, these are my buttons. This is my login button. And this is my sign up button. And what I have is if not auth, then I'm rendering those. Right? And auth is literally just auth is taking props.authenticated because it gets passed down from layouts, if I remember correctly. So in layouts, we're setting authenticated to props.authenticated, and we're getting this from the router, if I'm not mistaken. Here. So in our router, I have auth set to false by default. I don't know if that's bad. Then I have a useEffect, which is probably dumb having it here, but it basically makes an attempt to the auth API, and if it gets a positive response, we set auth to true. But my logic, I think, is use state auth is set to false here. I don't think it finishes this in time on the first render. It calls our component, passing in authenticated, which is false, and that's why it's false. That's my theory on it. Oh, it's not really handling an API. It's more about having it persist on different page loads. But I'll check either way. What are flights? It should re-render because auth is state. Yeah, it should re-render, but why isn't it re-rendering? The only time it re-renders is if we physically go and I log in now. If I go and log in, bam, bam, useEffect will get called and it will show that we logged in, which is great. But then you try and navigate to any other page. Well, I think I know why it's happening. I think it's happening because every time, if I'm not mistaken, because roots, wait, let's look at our overall layout. Our overall layout is this. Wait, God, there's so many. It's so confusing. I just want to like close it all. Here, our root is layout, switch, and then the roots inside of that, right? To layout, we pass auth, and this is roots. And now let's go to our app, because that's where we call app. Do you see roots here? So this is the main app that we have. We have our router, then we have our baseline, where we set everything to a baseline. Then we stick our roots in there. Maybe the layout of my app is wrong? For any of you that have used router before? Do you only call the useEffect when the user logs in? I don't know. I have a useEffect in here, inside my roots. Inside my roots file, which should re-render every time a root changes. So if you go to home, about, etc., I have a useEffect here. But like I said, maybe because useState is always set to false every time it starts. Maybe that should be set to a value that Axios returns. You know what I think should happen, but I don't think I split it up correctly, is we need to do our call first and then figure out, are we logged in, yes or no? And then based on yes or no, we stick that in use state. What do you guys think? The problem is then, doesn't routes have to be async? Doesn't it have to be an async function then? Because I think that's what should happen. Can't you use Redux to store the value? I mean, I could. I just haven't set Redux up yet. But we still need to check for authentication somewhere, don't we? And right now I think I'm checking in too many places and it's getting out of hand. So where do you think should be the best place? Where should we check? This is the main root of the app. Probably get rid of some of these things. We're not using this. So this is our main app. We have router, baseline, we have routes and router. Check in the main root of the app, right? The problem is probably because you're not navigating to users by clicking a React router link. When you go to users in the URL bar, it refreshes the page. The only reason why it says it's logged in is because the cookie is there. But we are logged in because we checked the server and we're logged in. And either way, if you're still logged in, let's say you quit the site and then you come back a few hours later, you should still be logged in. It shouldn't show you the login sign up form, you know what I mean? Regardless of where I'm logging it, we need to get that functionality working. So I need to take the first steps now. Should I turn the app into an async function? Should we do that? Is there a downside to doing that? Because if it isn't async, that means we won't even render anything until we know we logged in. I don't know if that's a smart way to do it. All I want is a way to know if we're logged in, show the user profile icon, otherwise show login sign up. And I don't want it to flash temporarily from login sign up to logged in. It should just be you're either logged in or you're not. Maybe this will have our solution as well. Home, login, register. We've already got these things, so that's good. Private root. Ah, you can have a true component or false component. I want to do this in the neatest way possible that allows us to extend, especially if we're going to have multiple pages. We need something like this as well, check status. Where are you doing the console log? That's why I said I'm going to have to rework this thing. It's just so confusing right now. I think I have it in app bar. Yeah, in app bar. Console.log, are we logged in? Props.authenticated. Authenticator is being passed down through 3 different things. So if we get Redux in, that's already going to help us not have to draw props down. This looks interesting though. So local storage. But you know what the weird part is? Why? So the cookie is only for that domain. That port. Do you see it? The cookie's only there. So the name is connect.sid. Render root props. If this.props is logged in, if it's not, redirect to the login. Otherwise, return. So router. What does ours look like? See, I think this is where I'm getting confusing because my router is in app. I mean, that's fine, it can be there. We have router, then the baseline for the CSS, which is fine. Then the roots go in there. And then these are my roots. I think the confusion is with all this logic in here, which shouldn't exist. The root should literally just be a nice, clean. I also have my layout in here, which I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. But roots usually contain content, don't they? We completed our login page, yay! What are we gonna do now? We are gonna do... Let's pick another task. Create login logout feature. Let's do that. Okay, so we have our router. This content is in our roots folder. Okay, so we have content like this. So public page, protected. Oh, this is navigation. Okay. Let's not get confused. This is navigation. So that will be the equivalent to our layout. So let's look at our code again. So we have our router, then we have our roots. This is our roots, and where they had links, where they had those links, link to, that is in our layout. So we stick that right there. So that's technically our links. So render the main app bar on links. Okay, so we keep it nice and neat. That's what that does. Oh, because I'm inside of this, I can only use JSX now. Then we need to render the roots. So root path, and then we have a component as well, which is what they have. Root path, if it's public, the component is going to be public, or it's going to be login, or it's going to be this, or it's going to be that. Great. Okay, so that makes sense. I understand that now. So I think the confusing part is having that login page in our layout page. But as long as it's modularized and component based, we should be fine. Okay, so let's move on. We have this, essentially. Let's continue. I found a sick VS Code theme yesterday. Share it with us, yeah. What kind of theme? Wait. React Router, they gave us a private route? React Router has a private route? Really? I did not know this. No! Stop! There's a private route? What? I didn't know there was a private route. Was there? And apparently I shouldn't be using... because root is apparently low level. Because we use router. Low level interface for all router components. Typically apps will use one of their higher level routers instead. Browser, hash, memory. We're not using any of these. I wonder which one I should be using. Material neutral. Oh, okay. Is it based on all the material stuff I've been doing? Hmm. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my default one. Is it that one? Where were we? There isn't a protected router. Did I read that wrong? Oh, if they gave us private route. God damn it, I was like, oh, it exists? What? So in the case above, we then supply a path prop. The route will always match, which means the render prop will always be called. You can use the imperative history.push method, or you can use the declarative redirect component. can do that by changing the redirect to prop from a string to an object and pass along a state key whose value is the current location. Oh. It's a lot of code, no? We're almost there. What? We're not even done? Oh. Jesus. I'm just gonna stick all the keywords that I need right now. React server-side auth passport redux. There we go. We got a match. See, the reason why it's so complicated is we're using so many different libraries. So it's not as simple as I just Google one thing. You know, like, oh, auth, yeah, no, easy, just do this. There's a whole bunch of other things that need to happen. And we need to check with our API. That's why I'm trying to find the best and easiest option. Because that example that we're looking at now was just for doing authentication locally, which obviously we wouldn't do. Okay, let's just skip through this and see if it's possible. We're gonna skip the server stuff because we've already done that. We've done passports, so we're gonna skip that. Gonna skip that. We're gonna skip that. Oh, you could do rate limiting? Oh, but don't we have that with, we have brute force protection that we set up previously, so that's not the same as rate limiting, but yeah. Course, yeah, we've got that. React, router, and Redux, perfect. So our store is going to be create store, combine reduces router, reducer. Now is router from React router? Is it that router or is it something else? Oh, it is. So we wrap the provider store in our app and we pass store to it. I just hate these outdated guides now, because with use effect and use state, just look at this.state, I'm like, okay, this is wrong already. And now I have to modify it. You may be able to use a context hook. You mean the built-in React store? Because that's what I was thinking as well. Redux makes it simpler. There's a layout effect, what? Will be flushed synchronously before the browser has a chance to paint. Okay. Is this what you're talking about? This use context? Is it the same as a store? Use reducer. You can use it for global state. Would we want that? Like, what's our best option here? If we want a state to know if the user is logged in globally, what would be our best option? I would say use Redux. Why Redux Mantis over built-in React component? Why an extra thing on top of something that already exists? I've used Redux before, Lynn. It works quite well. Oh, this is nice. React guarantees that dispatch function identity is stable and won't change on re-renders. That's smart. Wow, I'm so lost right now on what I should be doing. I think first things first, let's get global state working before we do anything. But I still feel these are a bit too complex for me to understand. I don't know, I'm like trying to get it, but... So there's use context and there's use reducer. Which one do we want? We also need to look at the date these are posted, because React is so... Here we go. Here's a more modern one. Yeah, but reducer allows us to get the previous value as well to do comparisons. It isn't for global state? Why? I'm gonna read this quickly and see. While Redux creates one global state container which hangs somewhere above your whole application, useReducer creates an independent component co-located state container within your component. Let this fact sink in for a moment. So useReducer creates an independent component. Huh. The Redux is separate, where we have useReducer. Using use context in combination with use reducer takes a component co-located state management on another level. Suddenly the state container created by use reducer and its dispatch function can be passed to any component from any top level component. It can also be the most top level component to make the state global. It's also possible to pass things down only by using React props, but React's context API makes your state and dispatch functions available anywhere without explicitly passing everything down the component tree, right? Which we've been doing right now. So use reducer provide. Why is there double use reducer? Consume. However, even though we are able to lift all the use reducer state up to our topmost level component, almost make your Redux obsolete, because it can be seen as global state container. It still isn't one global state container. There are two ingredients missing from Redux to make it one and global. One, first, there's no native feature yet, which combines all reducers to one ultimate reducer. Redux is offering this feature, but in plain React we would have to implement it ourselves. Only if we were able to combine all state containers, form all use reducer hooks, we could speak of one state container. Global. Second, every use reducer comes with its own dispatch function. There is no native feature yet, which combines all dispatch functions to one dispatch function. Redux provides one dispatch function that consumes any action dedicated for any reducer function. The dispatch function from use reducer, in contrast, only deals with actions that are specified by the reducer function to be consumed. While useReducer with its reducer is a part of how Redux works, it isn't Redux. The useReducer function is tightly coupled to its reducer, which holds also true for its dispatch. Okay, so it's like on a one-to-one link. I mean, if you only use it once when everything is in it, it's fine, but it also allows you to separate the logic as well. Could be useful. We dispatch action objects to that reducer only, whereas in Redux, no middleware with useReducer. Redux comes with a rich middleware ecosystem. A simple example from a middleware in Redux is the action logger. Let's see, there's no middleware for useReducer yet. No side effect middleware. A fully fledged Redux, maybe there'll be. So it's basically a simplified form of Redux without having to get extra packages that you need. React Redux will also help you avoid unnecessary renders. It comes with custom implementation of should component update. Oh, that's smart. Because that will help with our app bar, won't it? Because that's the issue we have right now. Oh, that's cool. Why did you update? It's a package? Yeah, let's definitely get that, and we remove it afterwards. We don't need save in this version of npm. And what do we need to... Okay, we need that. Dropbox is freaking out with all these changes. It's like, oh my god, so many changes! Poor Dropbox. Okay, cool, so... I think that should be sufficient. Wait, what's it complaining about? Which hook call now? The one that I just added? Usage. Weird. Does it have to be inside of it? In there, maybe? Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, so let's see what it thinks of our login form. I'm willing to bet it will complain about something. No? Weird. What the fuck? Invalid hook calls? Why is it now suddenly an issue, but it was working just fine? What? What? What do I need to hook into it? I don't understand. To work? No. Usage. Hopefully they'll have the code in the sandbox. Oh, they have it just like that, literally. Should have worked having it just here. Get fucked, React. Shove your hooks up somewhere that you're gonna complain about this. This is what I hate, when you just follow these things and there's no clear explanation of why. What hooks now? Because based on their example, they're doing it just like that. Passing in React to it right there. And we have our return there. We render app. Only thing I could think of is because we're rendering app only, we're exporting app, and this is outside of that. But when I had it in there, it also didn't work. Render. Oh, hold on. Where's our index? Where's our index here? No, that's not our index, that's index of roots. Where is our index? There it is. I think this is where it needs to be. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's where it needs to be. Because we're exporting app from here, whereas index... Yeah. That should be it. What? Seriously? Okay, is it this that's causing it? Let's check. What it is? Why? So why is... We're using it exactly the same as they are. They render. It's literally the same as how they're doing it. What the shit? The above error occurred in the CSS baseline component. You might have a mismatching version of React in the render. No, we don't. You might be breaking the rules of hooks. Maybe. You might have more than one copy of React in the same app. I mean, I don't think so. What are the rules of hooks? Only call hooks at the top level. Don't call hooks inside loops, conditions, or nested functions. Instead, always use hooks at the top level of your React function. By following this rule, you ensure that hooks are called in the same order each time a component renders. That's what allows React to correctly preserve the state of hooks between use state and use effect calls. If you're curious, we'll explain this in depth below. Use the same state variable. Use an effect for persisting the form. Use the surname state variable. Use an effect for updating the title. So how does React know which state corresponds to which use state call? The answer is that React relies on the order in which the hooks are called. Our examples work because the order of the hooks called is the same on every render. Oh, I see. As long as the order of the hook calls is the same between renders, React can associate some local state with each of them. But what happens if we put a hook call, for example, the persist form effect, inside a condition? We're breaking the first rule by using a hook in a condition. Oh, so you can't use hooks in conditions. Oh. So put conditions inside hooks. Do not put hooks inside conditions. And it's a provided lint rule. Maybe we should get that. Is there a global one for React? That handles everything? Alright, I'm gonna have to look at this. If you do not use a preset, you'll need to specify individual rules and extra configuration. How do we combine it with my other ESLint? Using multiple ESLint, because I already have one for JavaScript. I think that's what they're talking about, right? The shareable config. Oh, okay. What about the React hooks? Is that included? Okay, let's install ESLint. And let us install the React plugin for it. Okay, done. Now, do we have an ESLint file locally? Doesn't look like we do. So I'm gonna have to create one. So we're gonna need an ESLint. I thought it would create one. And I wonder how it's gonna play with my global one. So let's create a new file. I think it's ESLint RC. And then let me go find my global one. This is my global one. Do I need a module.export? I guess I do. We just stick this in our extends. Oh, because that's a JS file. Okay, let's figure out how to set this up. Oh, we can init. Oh, shit. That will make it easier. Why didn't you just tell me about that? Oh my god, I closed everything. Oh! It's fine, we can start from scratch, right? Yay. Okay, let's delete this file. Come on. Delete you. Delete. Delete. Thank you. We're gonna initialize. Which framework does your project use? React. Where does your code run? Browser? Yeah, browser. How would you like to define a style? Airbnb? Yeah, why not? What format do you want your config file to be in? JavaScript. Oh, there's React hooks and everything. Oh shit, they have everything. So I guess Airbnb ESLint comes with the React hooks and everything. Cool. Well, that's busy. I'm just gonna give myself some water. Be right back. Alright. So that's done. What now? We have an issue? Cannot find module ESLint config Airbnb. Cannot find module ESLint config Airbnb, but so do I need Airbnb? It requires ESLint. Wait. Plugin React. Oh, which we already have. What does dev do? I've seen it often. It's a production flag. Oh. Okay. Done. Oh, the base is deprecated? That's strange. Okay, so what do we need for it to work? Our default export contains all our ESLint rules, including that and React. Okay. So to use it, all I would need is, I assume that, right? So will I get the hooks one as well? Hope so. And let's see what my original ESLint is. I was using Airbnb base, okay. Damn. Okay, so that should theoretically be it then. This should be working, and I should have everything I need. Let's see what my linter says. Okay, hopefully this is an old warning. Let's reload and see what it thinks. Nice, it's using my local one. Beautiful. Oh boy, let's see what issues it's gonna find now, because I haven't been using linter. Wait, what did the output say? Oh, probably because I installed ESLint locally, globally, and this one was local. Wait, let's see the package.json. Let's see. I think I'm gonna have to remove Iceland globally now. And Pans, hey, welcome back. How did your project go? I haven't started and it's due at 9. Oh god, what are you doing here? Go do it. Right now I'm just trying to figure out what to do with my ESLint. Because apparently if you install it globally, you have to install all the plugins globally as well. Like, what? Yeah, once it's done, then you can fully come and join me. The quicker you get it done, the more time we can have fun. What do you need to do with your project? Answer conceptual questions on React stuff like. What is a component lifecycle? What does component should mount update do? Right. Okay, but I mean, React documentation has all that covered for you now. That shouldn't be too hard. No, it shouldn't be too hard, just brain is exhausted, right? What you been up to? Was it npm uninstall? Oh god. Imagine I deleted everything. It shouldn't have done anything, right? Let's remove... Arakan, hey. Right now I'm trying to get my linter set up for this. I'll be back, gonna try and get some food and stuff. Alright. Good luck, handpans. I installed them locally, but then my linter is complaining because I installed ESLint globally. And apparently if you do that, you have to install everything globally. So now I'm removing all these things that I added. Cool, so I should have everything up and running now. We have plugins, we have plugin React, we have config Airbnb. I'm currently learning how to make components interact. That's always fun, huh? Okay, so apparently we're gonna have to edit our config file. My main config file. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna have to extend Airbnb, not the base. Environment browser and ES6. Browser true, no true. We need to add ES6 to true. Found one high severity vulnerability, what? Lodash, of course. So ES6 set to true. Wait, what's this complaining about? Config React app is invalid. Property overrides is the wrong type. Client package.json. What do you mean client? Where? Oh, I deleted this. This is old. I think it's complaining about the thing that client package.json. Wait, let's check client package.json. Why are these things here? I thought I removed them. Didn't I? I'm pretty sure I deleted these. Wait, why the hell is this here? I think this stuff is old. Oh, this stuff is old, that's why. Create React app. Yeah. This was when I was still trying to figure out how to do these things. This was for create React app, right? Random JS. What? I'm gonna remove that now. Oh my god. Okay, so that's the one I'm using, great. So that needs to go. That needs to go, that needs to go. ESLint needs to go. The node modules needs to go. And let's just shove that there. There we go. So it should pick it up now, and the style lint is okay. Let's open VS Code up. This is interesting. Where did our stuff go? Like, why did it close our folder and stuff? Who knows? But let's open client and server. And then let's see what our linter has to say. Oh, ESLint configuration in package.json. In package.json is invalid. But I don't see where this is. I'm not using any of this. So maybe we should remove it? The dev dependencies? Because I'm pretty sure I removed all of this. Let me just double check before I change anything. Client node modules. Oh no, it's still there. I don't know why it's still there. I didn't remove them. So let's do... Open a terminal here. And let's do npm uninstall ESLint, right? That should remove it from this, hopefully. Because we installed it globally now. So I might as well, whenever I create projects, have the linter ready. There we go. Do the same for these. Wait, is that actually going to work? I accidentally put a quote in there. Well, what do you know? It actually did work. Wait, can't I just do the reverse of the command that I used? Because we used npx. So what if we do npx uninstall? It's probably because I already removed the one thing. Oh well. After the alley, we need the React, and then the hooks, and then everything should be global, and we should be good. And this should help us write better React as well. Because we didn't have any linter before, we just had a plain JavaScript linter. We just upped our game now. I can't wait for my linter to cry to me about things that I'm doing wrong that I don't even understand. You'll be like, you should be doing this, and I'll be like, I don't even understand what it means. Nice. Right, Arikan? Let's hope this is all. The thing is, I can do it per project, and especially if I set up like a bat file or something. But sometimes you just want to have quick linting in some random folder that you created. So my hierarchy is I have like a projects folder. So that means anything that I create under the projects folder, a new project, will automatically have linting. And apparently I was using base before. I wasn't using the full Airbnb config. So this is going to be fun. Cool, let this run. Okay, now that that's out of the way, I think we can remove dev dependencies. Unexpected token. Okay, what are you complaining about now? What now? Okay, I'll restart you now. Relax, relax, relax. Was this always in here? ESLint config. I think this is the thing. I'm gonna remove this. Failed to load config Airbnb. Wait, what? Please see the ESLint output channel for details. Failed to load config Airbnb to extend from. I'll check afterwards. Close VS Code. Start again from fresh. From fresh. And let's load our routes. And will it work now? That's the big question. Why? This is like day one all over again. Failed to load config Airbnb to extend from. Config missing error. What does that mean? Failed to load config Airbnb to extend from. It was working fine before. Why did I go and do this? Okay, let me install npm install this globally. It also requires plugin import. Oh, that's why. What the fuck? I don't understand what's going on. It's saying, oh, it needs so and so, ESLint version 6 or whatever, and here I have it. It has it. So why is it complaining? Man, can I just have my linter working so I could focus on the actual problem? Oh my god. I installed all of this globally. Maybe it's because of the extension. I just realized something. We're using ESLint, the extension. I don't know why, but we do. I don't know why it's here. Maybe there's a working directory it has? Failed to load config Airbnb to extend from. That's what our current error is right now. Extends Airbnb. Okay, so what am I missing? Because in our node modules, globally, we have ESLint config Airbnb. We have it installed globally. I have it right here. So why is it not working? I also have ESLint. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the ESLint plugin for VS Code. This extension uses the ESLint library installed in the Open Workspace folder. Oh. It needs it in the workspace. That makes sense actually, because I have a workspace folder, I saw that. Fuck you very much. Oh my god. What even is going on right now? What's broken? My ES lint. My ES lint is broken. So we have our workspace open. Our JavaScript workspace. Okay, there. I'm in my JavaScript workspace now. We good? Now let's add folders. So let's add folders to our workspace. Projects, client and server, go. Why is it failing? For fuck's sakes! Failed to load config Airbnb to extend from. Reference from ESLint RCJS. Please see the ESLint output channel for details. That doesn't fucking help me. Failed to load config Airbnb to extend from. Yes, the exact same fucking message. I'm like prepared to delete npm completely, remove everything, remove every package manager, and let's just live in the Stone Age without a linter. Who needs a package manager? Okay, so let's read the extension again, because I feel something with the extension fucking out. Uses the ESLint library installed in the opened workspace. If the folder doesn't provide one, the extension looks for a global install version. Why was it working before and now it's not? Why? You have it installed globally, you dumb fuck. Why are you not working? I don't understand that. I really don't. We have everything installed globally. You would think it's that simple. You tell it I'm extending this, and then it checks its global install because it sees it doesn't install locally. And it's like, hey, cool. You have it installed globally. I'm gonna go ahead and use that. But no, we're apparently backwards and we can't even do basic things. This is installed globally. Airbnb is installed globally, so why is it complaining? Failed to load config Airbnb to extend from. It is installed globally. Okay, let's go back to basics. Backtracing time? What do you mean, Erican? Let's see what version of ESLint I'm running. 6.1.0. Okay, so it is using that. Let's see which ESLint. going back to previous structures till it works. Yeah, but that's not going to help because we need to move forward and have these new dependencies. It was global. I had it installed globally for every folder. I think it's something to do with VS Code's extension. Okay, so it should have been the global ESLint, which is this one. So wherever extends, or maybe because I have it in a JS format and it expects an ESLint RC, that shouldn't make a difference, should it? Oh, in VS Code you should add ESLint node path, apparently. There's apparently an ESLint node path. Let's find that. That's probably why it's not working, for fuck's sakes. So ESLint node path, and that needs to be set to whatever ours is. I think my... Why is it not done by default? I don't understand. I think it needs to be this way, right? I wonder if I can just do... there. Oh no, is it this way? Now I don't know which format it should be. I wasn't worried, he always find a way to fix things. I need to add a comma now. Now what? Now did it work? I will delete your mother. There, you can like clearly see where ESLint library loaded from. Check where it's loading its library from. Is it just fucking with me today or something? And which... do I need to double escape these? Let's close it and try again. Your mother was a hamster! Now I don't know what path it needs. Does it need a backslash, forward slash, middle slash, your uncle slash? Because this one uses backslashes. But then I've seen cases where it's forward slash too. And according to their example, according to their example, it should be a forward slash. So I don't even know anymore. What is correct? What is the right format? I'm getting so fed up with this. What are you doing? Trying to get ESLint installed globally. Well, fixing it because it was installed globally before, but then I changed some things. So we've installed everything globally. Wow, we're making such great progress today. We can't even get our fucking linter working. This is just soul sucking. I don't know, I was just following their example. And yeah, it does use backslashes, but I don't know what it wants. Will it convert it? Will it not convert it? I don't know, I really honestly just don't know anymore. Here's my ESLint. Extends Airbnb. And the worst thing is, it knows what the fucking library is because it loads it. ESLint library loaded from. So why can't it figure out that everything else is there too? It's like I feel I'm being trolled. And now we have an uncaught exception. Spawn C users that blah blah blah. VS code ENOENT on exit. Failed to load config. Definitely has to be back. If it's on Windows, it needs to be back. So I'm going to set these back to how they should be. So if I load this, okay. You have to use double, yeah. So this is what it should be. And if I escape them by doing double, but it still fails. And if I try to, like, I just hope it will automatically convert this, because this doesn't work if you just browse it, obviously. So there, it's done. So if I close the workspace, and then we open it again, again! Fuck to you! Maybe we shouldn't have the node modules in there? A path added to node path when resolving... Let me Google this. ESLint node path. Okay. Let's see what error we get again. And that's so generic because it's any library. Apparently ESLint 6 has this issue. So many people have it. .696. so many people having this issue. What the fuck, Iceland? I want to be coding, not fucking fixing shit. And it's store open, holy shit. And then people are saying like it could be prettier, could be this, like what? Was it uninstall prettier? I think that's a prettier VS Code problem. It's probably an incompatibility between VS Code ESLint and ESLint 6. I wish there was someone in my chat that used ESLint that I can ask specifically on why there's a ESLint plugin. Like, what's the difference between the VS Code plugin of ESLint and having just ESLint installed? Like, is it just so that it shows me inside here under output? Will it still work? ESLint version 6 broke the ability to have multiple projects in a workspace. Fuck. So what's the solution now? Don't have it global, have it local instead? Downgrade to ESLint 5.6.0.
Rocococo is following the family.
Rocococo, thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. There are so many conflicting issues here. Now it might be prettier. This is so funny, struggling to write code because of someone else that wrote code to help my code so that I can write better code. Oh, man. So that didn't solve the problem. And apparently other people said I must use version 5 of ESLint and not 6. And that's not the error I'm getting, it won't even load. That's the error we're getting. Oh, this is interesting. ESLint.options config file. Under the workspace. So let's go to workspace settings. Okay, let's see if this will make a difference then. Cannot read config file. Okay, so it's trying to read it. Okay, cool. So if I give it the right config file. Failed to load config Airbnb to extend from. Oh, so it is looking for the right one now. So that's not the issue. And it's definitely not Prettier that's doing that. Does not work with ESLint 6. If all else fails, I'm just going to revert back to version 5 of ESLint, because I think that's what we were using before anyway. Okay. Peer dependencies are installed now. But if I check what version we're running of ESLint, it's 6.1.0. I just want my functionality back. Why must we struggle so much? Failed. Okay, let's try downgrading. Fuck, this is a one thing. Dependency hell, when you rely on so many different things and when things stop working. Wow. Downgrading VS Code, that's not an option. Okay, you know what, guys? I think we're gonna have to... We're gonna have to have ESLint be local to every project, because everything that I'm reading now is just everyone has the same issue. Because you used to be able to install it global and then have a single projects folder, and then if you then install ESLint locally to that project folder, or just use the global ones, which was, you know, beautiful. You don't have to set up ESLint, it just works. But yeah, now they've broken it. Someone has broken something and it no longer works. I updated from version 5 to 6 and yeah. Shall we try that then? Well, we're gonna have to uninstall it globally now. I have Prettier installed globally, I see that. But that shouldn't matter for... See if there's a up-to-date guide. ESLint version 6 global VS Code. Maybe someone made a Stack Overflow post? Nope, that's all old. See, this is what I was using. I followed this guide a long while back and it was working beautifully. So ESLint, which we have all of these, literally all of it's done. A new version was released. What new version? Are they all talking about Prettier now? I doubt it's Prettier that's the issue, because we're getting... the error we're getting... Let's Google the error. Again. Failed to load config. And I've never had this before. Failed to load config. VS Code ESLint. Oh, here's something. Add to workspace settings, ESLint working directories, back front. Wait, what does that mean? Change process CWD, current working directory. Oh, that could be an option. Do I have to do it for every No, I doubt it. But I'll add it to the workspace settings. Why not? Let's just change process CWD first and see if that makes a difference. No, that didn't. I really don't know what to do. I'm actually stumped. This used to work fine. Do I have to use either globally or locally? Okay. Here we go. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Okay, where's that command to install everything that I had earlier? Because now I've got to undo what I installed. It's the last thing I install anything globally. I learned my lesson. Boom, done. All done. Cool, now let's do it the way that Airbnb wants us to do it. Install peer dependencies, dev, ESLint config Airbnb. There we go, let's do that. Cool. Now we open client, open in terminal, npx install peer dependencies. Let's go. What should not work still after this? How sad would that be? There we go. So it installed. So if we look at our package, package.json, we have ESLint, we have Airbnb, we have all of these, and our dev dependencies. Cool. So if I reload, hopefully we see something now. Alright, we don't have a config file. I'm gonna grab the previous one that we had and I'm gonna stick it in there. There we go, done. Now what? Let's see what happens. ESLint is apparently running. It is loading it. It loaded it locally. Oh, it's found errors already. We have success. Nice. Unable to resolve path to module, service worker. Ah. Yeah, where did service worker go? JSX not allowed in files with extension .js. JSX not allowed in files with extension .js. Okay, is this like a rule now that I wasn't aware of? I need to rename my files. Let's go get schooled. At least it's working now. Holy shit. Finally. Okay. What's the rule called? JSX file name. There. Okay, so just change the file to JSX. Why do I have it like that? Can't I just put app in? Import app from app? Can't I just do render app? Doesn't that work? Did we close our app, by the way? Oh, we don't even have it running. Oh, at least we can continue working now. What is the error now? Oh, jeez. There might be a problem with the project dependency tree. It's likely not a bug in Create React app, but something you need to fix locally. The React scripts provided by Create React app require dependency ESLint, right? Don't try to install it manually. Your package manager does it automatically. However, a different version of ESLint was detected higher up in the tree. Version 6, yes. Manually installing incompatible versions is known to cause hard to debug issues. Okay, apparently delete package lock. And now? And now npm start. No, it's still the same error. Great. Now React's giving us shit. Whoops, misspelled dependency. What the fuck? I have to remove my ESLint version? So npm ls ESLint. Unmet peer dependency of 5.16.0 because of React scripts. Maybe there's a high version of React scripts out now? Two days ago, 3.1.0. Oh, hold on, we're using 3. Oh. Let's see how we update React. Wait, how do you update? Do I just change those dependencies? Really? So that's all you change? Ah, easy. So React is 16.9 and DOM is 16.9 as well. So let's go ahead and do that. And 16.9. What's wrong? Why are you complaining? The installed version 16.8.6 is invalid. Yeah, I know it is. What about React scripts? Latest version is 3.1.0, so let's go ahead and install that. Zero point 3.5. Oh, what did they change? Oh, that's so cool. There was an update to Material UI. I need to see what they changed now. Let's go see what they changed. What did they change? Wait, isn't there supposed to be like a version history? How about Material UI Core? 4.3.2, I'll take that. And icons 4.2.1 and Axios. What about React Router? And DOM, still the same. The JSON schema form, still the same. Alright. How do we update? And hopefully this fixes a dependency with React scripts and ESLint. It should be. Okay, so this should update every single package. And then hopefully we have the latest versions. Cool. So we removed 53 packages. Jeez. Updated 82 of them. So what was updated? Material UI, React, React scripts, React DOM, and core. Beautiful. That means we should be able to do npm start now, please. React scripts, please. Oh, it actually worked. Sweet. We don't have to worry about ESLint anymore. Nice. Beautiful. Module not found, service worker. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was actually... I didn't see it either, and I'm pretty sure I didn't remove it. Lynn, yes, we're finally back. We can actually code now. 2 hours later. This has been the worst experience of my life. And you know what the outcome is? We're using ESLint locally. Isn't that fun? But at least I can copy those dev dependencies and my ESLint file from project to project. It could be worse. At least we're back up and running. I don't know where my service worker file went though. I'm pretty sure I didn't delete it. So do I just remove it? Import as service worker from service worker? And where is service worker? Like, where did it go? I'm pretty sure I didn't delete it. Did I? Like, at one point there was a service worker, wasn't there? You know what? I think I might have actually deleted it. Uh-oh. Deleted service worker. How do we bring it back? Check in the trash can. Yeah, I usually force delete. Isn't there a way to bring it back? Like, shouldn't React check when I did the build? Well, I mean the start, and it's like, hold on, you're missing this. Oh, there it is. It actually is there. This is why I like deleting from VS Code, because it sends it to your recycle bin. I always shift delete. And if I delete it now, bye-bye. There's a service worker. I think I confused it with something else. Oh my god. Now I'm getting errors for service worker. Well, it's fine. It's not my line. It's not my code, right? Cool. Service worker should be fine now. No more issues. But if I try to load this, our React is going to fail. So many errors. Functions are not valid as a React child. This may happen if you return a component instead of... Oh. So I was trying to return app instead of doing app like that. And then it complained because this should be a JSX file. So I guess the only way to do this is rename it to JSX. And then it's going to complain. Source index.js, no such file. JSX not allowed in files with extension.js. There, happy now? What are you complaining about? Expected exception blocks, space or tab after. Oh, never mind. That's all it was worried about. Alright, cool. Oh god, so many issues. Oh my god. But it's good. We're catching them. So that's the app. It is not defined. So how do the tests work? That's weird. Failed to compile source index.js. ESLint loader index.js. I probably have to restart. Hooks can only be called inside of hooks. Okay, so the rules of hooks are you can't call a hook in a condition. That was the only issue, I think. And right now the only place that we're calling a hook is here. Why did you update React? Thanks for the tip, by the way, Lynn. Checking the trash can. I don't understand why I'm not getting why did you update working. It's not working for me. It causes my app to crash. If I call it here, I don't know if I'm doing it wrong, in my index, I call why did you update and I pass React. And then I render my app there. Whereas their example, you see how they do it. What is it supposed to do? It's supposed to monitor your app, and when anything happens, it will tell you that you're unnecessarily rendering things. Because my code looks pretty much identical. They also had why did you update. At the moment I don't have it. Then our app doesn't crash. Explain that one. It's weird, huh? Anyway, let's install React Redux. We're gonna install Redux, we're gonna have a store. So let's go ahead and get the show on the road. It's about damn time. And while that's busy, let's get the... We need to set up a Redux store. We also need to install Redux, of course. It will feel good to finally have Redux, and I can also use my plugin. We need to set up a Redux store. Have you decided to go with Redux? Yeah, I have. Just for a very few specific reasons. The fact that it knows it has the ability to check if it was necessary to mount. Over here. It's got an option called should component update, which is part of Redux. Middleware like Redux and Core Redux Promise just gives you syntax sugar for dispatching thunks or promises, but you don't have to use it. So without any middleware, your action creator might look like fetch, but with thunk middleware you can write it like this. Wow. So it just looks a bit prettier to write it. So it's a middleware, same as in Node. Store, next, action. Jesus Christ, this gets complicated. That looks better. Actions are plain JavaScript objects. Actions must have a type property that indicates the type of action being performed. Okay. Fuck. So we have our store. Okay, so we need a Redux provider. Provider from React Redux, and then we wrap provider into that store. And if I'm not mistaken, I just gotta figure out how to access store from it. We need provider and store, so let's go ahead and do that. Didn't we have store? Okay, so we have React, Redux. Let's just double check. Okay, so we have Redux. And we have Redux as well, perfect. Okay, beautiful. So provider, store, and then we're gonna wrap provider with store. That's gonna be the next step. So we wrap our app in that. We're gonna have to create a store now. And they said it would be simple. Jesus. And then there's Saga middleware. Like, look how complicated this is for one tiny little thing, like the tiniest aspect of our app. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna really look at Angular in another build. Jesus, this guy did not make it simple. Wow. It just goes on and on and on and on. I'm done. We're not doing that. Nope. Let's see what the basics are of the store. The store is the object that brings them together. The store is the following: holds application state, allows access to state via get state, allows state to be updated via dispatch action, registers listeners via subscribe listener, handles unregistering of listeners via a single store in a Redux application. If you have a reducer. Oh dear. Currently selected visibility filter, the actual list of to-dos. Wouldn't it be easier to use context hook and the use reducer hook already built in React? It just doesn't have the same amount of flexibility later on. You know what the worst thing is? I set up Redux and the entire store like 3 months ago, and that's the problem with doing things only once. You forget. Now it's like I'm back at square one, and usually these tech docs are super technically inclined, expecting you to already know what's going on, and that's the issue. We need like an Eli 5 of tech docs. I don't even know if we need a reducer. That's like the thing now. Do I need a reducer? What do I do? It's so much to set up, yeah. But our app will end up being massive later on, so it's a good thing to set it up now. I just don't understand why we need a reducer. Maybe I'm not getting it, but right now we're just gonna have a state of if you're logged in or not. I'm gonna literally type Eli 5 React Redux. This is a 2017 guide though. Maybe we can like view something real quick. Already too complicated. Okay, this one's at least updated. See the context API. Remember that one, Lynn? Yeah, that's true, the coupling. I mentioned that specifically yesterday. Create store from Redux and connect and provider from React Redux. So action.type, case set user, return state. Jeez, yeah, it is complicated, Alan. It's kind of like state and set state. You have all your actions inside of it, the actions, and then the dispatch just deals with the data. Oh, that's so cool. This is the one good thing, Lynn, to React Redux is the fact that you can actually see what's happening when you debug. Do you see this? That is the one cool thing. You know, I don't understand. We set up an entire server with complex stuff and routing. Easy. But this stuff, my brain is just melting. I don't know why. Okay, let's see if we can find an actual guide then for Redux. Didn't I look at this at some point? The Mern stack? I think I did. So we've done all this already. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what is this got to do with Redux? It has nothing to do with Redux. They didn't even use Redux. At least it's updated. Wow. This is a problem when you have an entire massive huge project like this, and it's always like that. You have to understand how the person created the project. I'm exhausted. Like, all I wanted was a very simple way to just know if we're logged in and store that value. Like, do we need a store? I mean, later on we probably will. To display user like data. Oh, when the data changes, the component will change. Yeah, that's nice. See, I like when people write like this. The funny thing is, an action doesn't do anything. It sounds like there's stuff going on, but there isn't. An action is just a plain object with a type key, like this one. Why can't people just write articles like this? Like official articles? Or have a dumbed down version for us to read, right? Because that is so much easier to understand. After an action is dispatched, it will be passed on to a so-called reducer. A reducer is a function which is given a state and an action. Depending on the action, it will transform the state and then return the new state. Beautiful. We want to have some kind of API call or dispatch something depending on data or whatever, but we can't. Reducers are pure. Redux stung to the rescue. Ah. So these are the actions. So initial state, so like that would be like our logged in. Oh, this will kind of be like the API call. Dispatch fetch product pending. Fetch. So we use Axios there. Then response. Okay, so I think we have a basis now, a better understanding of where to begin. So we're gonna have to create an action, then we're gonna have to create a reducer, and then the thunk part is pretty easy. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Now that I've got a little break. So let's look at actions. I like this guide. Let's look at actions. We send it to the store. Okay, here's an example action which represents adding a new to-do item. So add to-do equal to add to-do, type add to-do, text build my first Redux app. Wouldn't text be replaced with something else? Why did I have it pre-populated? Must have a type property that indicates the type of action being performed. Type should typically be defined as string constants. And I see they underscore them. Flux standard action. Passport's documentation is trash. I mean, I found it easy. I would gladly take you on Passport if you would do React and Redux. Have you seen what I'm dealing with? What do you need help on? I can help you. Like, I found it very easy. And if their documentation doesn't help you, maybe I can. What the hell is flux? What is flux? Okay, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole. I learned something cool here. I'm going to agree with this. We have a type and a payload, if it needs it, and an error. Those are the only three things we're going to have in our actions. The problem isn't the documented parts are bad. The problem is that they don't document everything. This, for example. Let me have a look. It's still not in the documentation, and it was added back in 2014. Oh, because you wanted custom error messages, didn't you, Lynn? What did you manage to get to so far? Is this the implementation right here? Oh. So you just do fail with error true. But I don't get what is so special about this. I just have a then, and if it didn't go into the then after login, that means it failed. So we know it's an error, and you could just send an error back. What is special about this that I'm missing? Okay, so we need an action, huh? So our action would be log in. Are you doing it with a custom callback? I don't know, let's check. I just realized I need a linter for this one. But that's easy to set up. So let's see, when you post, we call local auth. And local auth is basically passport.authenticate local. And in passport's config, we use the local strategy and we try to find a user by that username given. And if it's not a user, I can return with done, null, false, and an object. In this case, it has a message, auth error.username. Otherwise, if it's locked, otherwise if the password is wrong, otherwise if there's just a general error, error.message. That's all I do. No, I'm not using flash messages. Remember, you're not going to do this on server-side rendering. You should send back the object. It's an object that I'm sending back, and then I access the object from the client side. Because the client sends a request and I get a response back, and in that response is the object, and in that message I'll use that to display it. Because you need to think about it differently, Lynn. That's completely server-side. Server-side doesn't interact with the client. You can't do anything on the client with the server. That's not how it works. You need to send the data back in a response, and then you access that response object, and then you could display it locally. And how you display it locally is up to you. You can literally just have a div with the contents of that message, and then it shows. But does passport send the message provided to the done function? No, it's not about that. You will get a response from passport, right? In a promise. And if the promise gets resolved in the then, you send your response positive, you logged in. If the promise rejects, you catch that error, and then you just say failed to log in. You don't specify why, you just say, username or password is incorrect. That's how I have it set up. Whoa, that's pretty cool. It's using an IDE. What? How cool is this? The fuck? Wow. I mean, it's up to you, Lynn, how you want to do it if you found better ways. That's just the way that I was dealing with it. See, here's the interesting part for me, where they say you could just create a token and it bypasses that, but how do we prevent that? How do we know if the user is logged in? We can get a response from the server. But what? Once we receive that response, do we then save it in state? Oh wait, I know how. That's fine, we don't worry about that. So let's start somewhere. What does clear do, I wonder? So that's where the thunk is going to come in, I feel it. Yeah, this is definitely the thunk. Yeah, it looks like that, doesn't it? Dispatch. Dispatch type. Virani! Hey! How you been? Haven't seen you in ages. Hope you've been well. Hopefully work is not too crazy. That's awesome. It makes it easier to write, doesn't it? There's just a few lines of code, but it's a bit easier, huh? Instead of passing dispatch, you just call dispatch directly, right? And then whatever is in it will return. Work has been really difficult, yeah. I feel you. I'm like struggling with React and Redux right now. Never set it up before, but hopefully I can get it working. Buffers and data streams, oh wow. Sounds fun. 5 hours in and I'm like not any further than when I started. Isn't that sad? Virani, from a real person that works with real projects, can you tell me, can you give me like a brief overview of an action? I just want to make sure I understand it. Because right now all I want is a login page. A login and a logout. And let me see if I can get this working again. Store is undefined. Well fuck, then let's take the store away. It was just this. Basically, when you log in, I put my username and I put my password here and I click login, right? That will send a request to the server and then the server will tell me if I'm logged in or not. All I want to do is store the response. I basically want to be is logged in, true, or false. So that when I render things like the login and sign up, this is conditional based. So if I check state and I'm logged in, this login and sign up will change. Because look, I'll show you an example. It works. I'm going to log in now, right? You'll notice the login and sign up will disappear. and now I'm logged in. That's great, but reload the page and you're gonna have to do it again. And the reason for that is because I set the default state to false, and then I don't pass the state around. Why you want to do? What you... Yeah, I get it, what you want. Oh, okay. Yeah, so would I still use state redux in that way? Because I'm a bit confused by it. I know there are other uses for it. Like later on when I want to pull the data out and display a user's profile, store it in state. No, I've already got that. I have cookies. I have all of that done. The authentication is there. You'll see that it thinks we're logged in. React thinks we're logged in. It just, there's an issue with how I'm rendering these buttons because initially the state is false, but then later on it's true. It's just I need to store the state somewhere. So the logic is all fine. The working and the logging in and the logging out, I've got all that work here. It's just the freaking rendering. 5 hours and I haven't got it anyway. And if I could just get a little bit of help, I'd appreciate it because I feel like I'm going mad. Store it in Redux. Right, so here's the guide that I'm following right now. It's basically they create actions for every type of thing they're doing. It's similar to what I want to do. Let's see, they have constants here. Where is it? Go, 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 go. So things like this. Register request when you do the registration. Success and failure of the registration. So how do actions work? Like, I still don't get what an action is. So you do an action and then? You have trouble understanding Redux, yes. That's pretty much it. Like, I don't understand why an action is needed. For me, from the simple point of view is I need to store a variable globally in my app so that other things can use that to do other things with it. Action is a plain object. It goes to a reducer function which changes state. Oh, is it kind of like set state in a local scope? So set state and you put what you want to put in there? Not really, but yeah, okay. Definitely need to pick up some... Yeah, I just wanted a quick and simple way, because I'm still going to go back to that. I just wanted to find the easiest way to move forward with this problem right now, other than going back and spending hours on something unrelated, you know what I mean? Because it was working fine if I did everything locally. It just got hard drilling the props because I had to pass prop from one component to another component to another component. So I was like, yep, I think it's time to have a store. Didn't I teach you? Yeah, it was, but it was just, for me, quite a while ago, and I only did it like once. And that's the problem. If you don't reuse things over and over, it's not gonna stick. So they did it in passing. It's like, here you go, and it's done, and that's it. You never really built things with, projects and stuff. So you always need an action. For my case, I explained to you what I need, right? With just storing am I logged in or not. Do I still need a action? And what would that look like? What would the action look like, and what would the reducer look like? Will it basically be the action is log in, the reducer is okay, you try to log in, the server said you're good, I'm going to update state to true. So the action goes to the reducer stores it in the store, right? Is that the flow? I'm so glad that yours says logout user. Of all the actions that there could be, it's like relevant. So the other thing I didn't get is I understand that it needs a type. But what are the things like payload and stuff? Like what else can you have in the action? Because that's what confused me. Like why would you put a payload in the action? Shouldn't it just be simple? The problem is a lot of things aren't relevant, and that's why I end up I want something that's very basic and doesn't require other things into it, because I use things like, you already know, Express and Session and Passport, and then locally I'm using React's router. So things handle a little bit differently, so it's not as simple, and then I've got to be like, okay, how do I pass it to this and how do I handle it with this? And then React router has like a Redux store as well, and that's where things get complicated because the root depends on that. So what is happening here? Type is set current user. Oh wait, this is an action. Wait, how does this work? Because your example didn't have that. You're passing in a user and it returns set current user with the user, so that's the payload. It sends user data. Previous file is a reducer. Yeah, but your notes didn't say anything about the extra thing you can pass in. It just says it accepts a type. Also, how would you avoid the fact that someone can just create a token in local storage and bypass this? What are you doing to prevent that? Because if you're just checking the token, what if you create a token? Okay. See, even here they only use one examples. But I'll look at yours. Right. There's just things like this. Initial state to what? Initial state to what specifically? It's just out of nowhere. Initial state. So there's the reducer. So by default it will be 0 to whatever we're returning to, and the action. So is it wrong to initialize the user logged in value to false? Because that's what I do right now. I set it to false, and then once I check with the server, I can set it to true. Is that kind of what you do? It's not wrong. Well, what else would it be if it's not false, you know? If you set it to true, the user's logged in. Oh yeah, this I know. Default, yeah. Now what do you call your reducers? Because you can have multiple of them. The main reducer is a parameter. I guess later on you have an example of multiple of them. Redux.create store, and now we have a store with all our values, yeah? Get state. Store.getState. So Varani, you're doing store.getState to get the value, right? But that's because you might have like store defined here. Because you defined store, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you defined store. But let's say I'm on another app. On another page, sorry. So let's say I'm in here, in my roots folder of the index. Would I have to import store and then be able to access it? Or would it be passed down in a prop? Well, you're not going to be around, that's why I'd ask you. You have to go to bed. Because here I'm passing down store as a prop to provider, so that means app will have access to it as a prop. Oh, it's just how I am, Veroni. Some people like to read, I don't. I like building and creating. That's how I've managed to get everything working so far. That's why we have the back end working. And the only way I learn is by doing and creating and breaking things and learning from it. But right now I'm at the point where I can't even begin to create something to break because I have no idea where to even begin. It's just so complex. There's so many steps. Like before I can even get to the store, I need an action and I need a reducer. And then from those two things I need to create it. Like, it sounds simple now that I've taken a bit more time to think about it, but you know what I mean? I need to start somewhere. Well, the 5 hours were reading, Veroni. And a lot of the stuff just didn't make sense. Because there were massive, complex examples of how you can create it, but I just need the simple stuff. Yeah, I looked at use context. But I was like, you know what, I'm gonna need this at some point, so I might as well make the jump and do it. No, it's just funny because they say it's simple and easy to use. Oh, you mean, wait, Redux has use context? Wait, so store.getState 0, a more complex example. Store equal to Redux that creates store root reducer. Store.dispatch. Wait, so what does dispatch do again? It's not here. What does dispatch do? What does dispatch do? Store.dispatch, type login user. Getting new state of our entire app. New state equal to store.getState. Login true. Login user. What? So if the case is login user, oh. So it's in the root reducer. So based on what you put in, if you put in login user, well, that's what it looks like. Yeah, type login user. If the type is login user, it's gonna set the login to true. So then we're logged in. So do you always have to use the spread operator on state? I assume you're returning everything plus changing the value, right? Because if I didn't do that and I just returned login true, would our entire store just have one object? Would I have wiped everything out basically? Yeah, Verani, but if you're writing this, then it's poor form to give an example without explaining what the example is. Because if I'm reading this, I'm not going to go down here to read the example. I would have expected that I know what dispatch is in a previous example so that I see what you're using. You know what I mean? You can't explain something. Well, you don't explain it, you just use it. So you can't use something and not explain it. That's the number one reason of these confusions. It should be a pure function. Use spread or object.assign. Okay, but that still doesn't answer my question. Is it because if you didn't do that, you would replace the store with a single item? So if we didn't do the spread operator on state and we just set login to false for this particular example, would we have wiped everything out in the store? Because I had to do something similar for my login form using Material UI. I had to pass, where was it? I think it was here. I was using use state, and here where I set the values, I would use the spread values and then pass the changed value. So I guess it's the same thing. And here, handle click of show password, pass values, and then set show password to the opposite of values.show password. So this is quite similar. Set values. Use state. And Redux. Some concepts. And the only reason why I said this is confusing, because I'm obviously going to read down, but before I continue, you're using something like dispatch. I'm like, wait, did I miss dispatch? Was dispatch explained already? Because usually you'll explain what dispatch is first and then show examples of what dispatch is. Okay, so I ignore that for now because you say it's explained later. Changing the state. The only way to change the state is by calling dispatch, an action from the store. When we dispatch an action, we go back to our reducer. Okay, so the only way to change state is by calling dispatch. So before, where we would set state or use state, we now use dispatch. Okay. We don't use state, we use dispatch. We dispatch an action. Oh, and the name kind of makes sense. Because you have a store and you dispatch something and you're like, hey, go do this. So when we dispatch an action, we go back to our reducer. Unlike React's set state, which may take some time to change the application's view, store.dispatch is synchronous. So as soon as that function runs and it's finished, we know that the state has been updated to the new state. Simple example. Root reducer state initial state action. If action.type is increment, let new state equal to object.assign state new state.count ++ return new state. This is actually why you need to use thunk with async actions. Yeah, but I know how I'm going to include that in the reducer. That part I know. It was just about what's the first step, and it looks like the action, but I'm still a bit unclear, but I'll keep reading. Redux.create store, pass in the root reducer, store.dispatch, so we're updating a value now. Type increment. Oh. Wait, so Varani, you don't pass, do you ever pass a value into dispatch to influence the dispatch? Or is it only ever the action, and the action you perform already contains the action that it needs to perform? As in, what if I wanted to increment by 10? Would you ever have increment and then comma or a key value 10? Would you do that, or would it be wrong to do that? I'm just thinking now. I still want to understand the whole login concept. Where did you have login? Was it set current user? No. You have a login? You don't. You have an auth user. Dispatch. So this will be the thunk that I have instead of the promise. And the API call is where I'm going to use Axios. So once you get a clear authorization, you dispatch current user to the user. Dispatch remove error. Otherwise, you're going to dispatch with the error, yeah. Action always have a type, and they may have a payload. Okay, that's optional. Payload is the data which is to be added to the store. Type is just a, see, what's confusing to me, Varani, is that you send a request, but wouldn't the payload usually come from the request? So like if I make a request to the server will give me the payload, right? So if I ask the server, hey server, am I logged in? The response will be yes or no in that case, right? So I'm expecting that response to be stored into the store. Where would we have it that we need to give a payload to an action? I'm just trying to wrap my head around that one. Because right now, the way I see it, my login is action, login. Then it's going to call the reducer. Well, the reducer will take that action, and then we'll take it from there. You pass response as the payload. Yeah, but I mean, you wouldn't pass response into the action, would you? You wouldn't just do type login and have the payload there in your action. That would be in the reducer, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense now. That makes better sense. Thanks, Ronnie. I appreciate it. I think with everything that I've read, plus your notes, will make things a bit easier. I hope you sleep well. It must be late for you, jeez. Because I keep forgetting the time zone, but isn't it like 5 AM or something for you? Yeah, you should get some sleep. Have fun. And it wouldn't be me if I read things. I can't. I need to build things. So I'm going to get the very basic of what I need. And so far I think I understand it. The action is what to do. And the reducer decides what to do based on the action. And that's pretty much it. Ah. Thanks, Ronnie. It's 8:30 AM. Fuck. Go to sleep. Have a good one. And thank you so much once again. Seelan, it's not that hard, right? Kappa. Why is it unsubscribe? Wouldn't it be subscribe? Oh. It's skippable, right? Data flow. Create a reducer with some initial state. Create a store. Don't lie to me! Where's the action? I need to create an action first. Create a reducer with some initial state. Create a store. The reducer is run, and our initial state is defined. Dispatch action. Oh, right. So we would have to write an action first, but the flow, I get it. So you dispatch the action. The reducer will then do what it needs to do. Actions are objects and they must always have a type key. Reducer, current state, action. Current state. Wait, did I miss current state? Does it... Oh, current state or initial state? Is that the same thing? State equal to initial state. What the fuck? Store.dispatch type. I'm confused. Oh, root reducer. State equal to initial state and the action. Initial state is there. Count is... Oh, so I assume initial state is current state. First argument is the current state. It is initial state. Okay, cool. Once the action is dispatched, the reducer gets invoked. If later, current state. First argument is the current state. If it's invoked for the first time, it is initial state. If later, current state. Okay, yeah. Based on that type, and whatever the state currently is, the reducer returns a new state object. Invoke listeners. Okay, I don't need that. React with Redux. React Redux is a library to facilitate integrating. React with Redux, it exposes a provider component and a connect function which we use to hook Redux up to React. Provider along with connect handles setting up listeners and passing state to components. A good rule of thumb is if a component is only using a bit of state for that component specifically, we might not need the Redux state. You might just need a little bit of React state. But if we have some data that needs to be shared among different components, which we do, Redux is a great place to put that one centralized place. Provider component is what we use from React Redux to connect our React app with our Redux store. We previously saw that the only way that we could dispatch actions was a Redux store. But when we connect React and Redux, we actually see that any component that we want, when connected to Redux store, will be able to dispatch actions on its own. Okay, so that's the same as before. We know about that. Wrapping our top level app component in provider, yeah, I get that, so that we can have access to it. Wrapping a component and map state, okay, that was the confusing part. Once we set up our store, we need a way of getting the state out of store into our components. In order to pass the state into our component as a prop, we need to implement this function. It is called map state to props because we are turning our Redux state into props on the React component. The parameter to that function is the entire state of our application. Okay, so the store. Right? State? No, just state. What we return is a piece of state that is just the component state that just this component cares about. There could be hundreds of keys in that state, but our component cares only about name. Map state to prop always has to return an object. So map state to props state. Is it called state? Is it by default state? Oh, right. You just named it. So state.name, that could be store.name, that could be pretty much anything. In order to hook that up to our component, we export default not just board name but the connect function. It takes map state to props as a parameter and it returns a new function, and with that new function we pass our component. How does this work? Because this one still confuses me. I've never really used this. This is currying, right? Connect, map state to props. Map dispatch to props. Merge props. So that was the one Varani was using. So the second parameter to connect may either be an object, a function, or not supplied. So where Varani put in null, we could have just put nothing in there. Your component will receive dispatch by default, i.e. when you do not supply a second parameter to connect. You will see what is the second parameter, right? It's higher order? Oh, it is? Why have I never covered that? What is it called exactly so I can Google it? Because I don't understand what's happening there. Because usually you put something into something else. This is literally just side by side. So I'm gonna have to understand that first before I understand what's going on. Oh, own props. Higher order component. It's like a higher order function. But I never knew that you could do that in JavaScript. Because it's not wrapped in something completely, it's literally side by side. You know what I mean? Like that is separate and it's like literally just chilling there by itself. It's React. Oh, so you can't do that in JavaScript. Okay, so call connect to generate the wrapper function and then immediately call the wrapper function to generate the final wrapper content. Map state, map dispatch, and then call login. Okay. No, I saw that as currying. Well, that's what it... Doesn't currying look like that? Stateful component. You need to update this now into functional components since you don't need state anymore like this because of use effect. Because I won't be using this and I'm trying to read it as this.props when you'll never use it like this. Dispatch. How would this be now in use effect? It would be dispatch. I have little to no idea about React hooks. Oh, they're super useful. I could show you something quickly before you go. Like that's one thing that I love. How about my app bar? I'll keep it very simple. Did I use it here? Yeah. Okay. So let's say I click on a button for my auth form, right? It's got a on click, which is handle auth form. Before, where you would do set state, you have use effect. What use effect is essentially you give it the original value, which is the state value. Then you define a function that will be used to set the value of it in an array. And you can define the initial value inside of the declaration. So use state could be something. So in our case, the authorization form. I have a show auth form, which is true or false. But we haven't defined it yet. And then set auth form, which is what I'm going to use to set the value of it, and then define the initial state to false. So if you had to check what show auth form is, it would be false. Now when I click the button in my handle auth form, I can use set auth form to true, and that would update the linked show auth form. Does that make sense? So it's really simple and easy. And because of that, you don't need to have a constructor. You don't need to pass down the props and this and whatever else and super. You can literally just have this now as functional component. And it's got its own state. And you can have multiple of them. So anchor or auth and set auth. So you usually have a set that will set the value. And it's quite nice. So that's why I'm trying to see what this will look like now here. This will be use effect dispatch. Well, set dispatch to that. So yeah, this is why examples don't really work so well, because they end up being outdated. The only thing that works is if you're explaining how something works. It will be different. Yeah, no, that was just one example. Root reducer on load, map state to props. We just got in. Oh, you're explaining that. Connect, dispatching an action, map dispatch to props. In the last example, we saw a component that needed some state out of the store, but what about a component that needs to dispatch an action? Right, so like if I click a button, log out, that will dispatch an action. Anytime we connect a component to our Redux store, the component has the ability to dispatch actions of its own. Inside this component, whenever we do onClick, we'll use the delete name prop, which is a function that dispatches an action to delete that name. Delete name. Delete name. What is delete name? Why are we using destructuring? Wait, no, that's an object, right? Well, what is that? Is that an object? Button type equal to... It is props. I know that's props, but why is it in a... Why is it in curly braces? Oh, okay, so you are destructuring, right. But where did you call dispatch to props? You're destructuring delete name. Unclick delete name, delete. That doesn't make any sense to me. It takes dispatch and the props of our component and returns an object. Map dispatch to props. But Veroni, you can't use something and then explain it later, because I'm going to think that I missed something. Like, how does that work? You don't give someone a gun and you're like, here, shoot this thing, and then afterwards explain them how to use it. Like, maybe it's just my understanding that's different, but I'm thinking now I missed something, because I'm sitting here thinking, okay, but why is this in a curly brace? Why are we destructuring? And then I'm trying to think, what are we destructuring? It's the way the code is written. So before you even declare it, you don't have a definition, nothing. You literally just destructure delete name. But component first, and then map dispatch to props, and map state to props. No, I get this down here, but what I meant was here, you're literally destructuring immediately. Is that how it's supposed to be? Dispatch own props. It takes dispatch and the props of our component and returns an object. if that is what I think it is, it returns an object. That would probably make sense why you're destructuring here, because it returns an object. The function typically invokes dispatch with an action. Delete name, so that's a method. Dispatch type delete name. You won't really use the syntax. And then why am I reading it? This is what I mean, you see? I read things that don't matter, and then you like read everything, but I won't use it. It's better to use object form of map dispatch to props. It's better to use object form of map dispatch to props. You understand what is under the hood? Where's the object form? You will see it below. Oh, okay. So far we've created actions like this. Dispatch. Oh, I understand why I'm getting confused now. Because this isn't Redux anymore. I mean, wait, what was it? Wait, what was the one that we did? The basic stuff, where we did the action creator. That is Redux. Redux plus React. Wait, so Redux by itself, you created an option, an action. Type logout. It's literally just a JavaScript object. Redux could be used somewhere else, right? Makes sense now. I don't need React for it. So I could use Redux in a non-React app. Huh. Okay, so because of the fact that it's with Redux. Mapped dispatch to props, because React uses props. Dispatch. On logout, dispatch. The type user logout. Okay. This can get cumbersome after a while because we have lots of different types floating around. There's no one central place where they live. An alternative approach would just be to create an action creator function, and those actions would live in a folder called actions. The file with types is often called action types. Actions.user logout. This is a function that's going to allow us to dispatch actions. Under the hood, we're simply mapping dispatch to props by replacing a generic dispatch function with other functions that call dispatch. I.e. won't have dispatch on this .props anymore, but we will have add to do. Map dispatch to props, dispatch. Return add to do, function, task, dispatch type add to do, task. Yeah, I've seen these. Map state to props, Redux state. So you have map dispatch, then you have map state. So you're basically putting state into a prop. And then to-dos, Redux state.to-dos. Okay. And there's that thing again. Still don't get that, but okay. Map state to props. Add to do, remove to do. Okay, so you're passing in. This is object form. Yeah, that's why you destructure. Using wrapped components. We don't need to do connect here since we already export our components with connect. The components are already hooked up to state and to dispatch, so we don't need to add any additional props. Oh. Alright, because these we did previously in the other examples. No, I'm talking about you would destructure them from this object. Add to do from that object. No, I'm not saying that is destruction. I say you would destructure from a state that has objects. So if your state has add to do, remove to do, you would destructure add to do from state. No, I mean state has the values. So if you wanted a specific value, destructure it from the value, wouldn't you? Okay, you misunderstood me. I'm going to clear it up for you. I don't think this is destructuring. I'm saying that when you have state and you have multiple values in your state, you can destructure it. These will create values and store it to your state. Add to do will add a value to your state, and you want to get that value specifically, you'd be able to access it. So there's a message reducer. So far we just had one big reducer function. That's fine for smaller things, but when the app starts getting more complex, the reducers files can get very large. Combine reducers is a redux function that allows... Oh, I remember that. You pass in multiple of them. Current user messages. Right, yeah. Export default root reducer. Message reducers. Note that the state we're passing in is an array, so the value our reducer is concerned with doesn't have to be an object. It could be an array, or it could just be a string, or any other piece of JS data. Messages, state, action, action.type, load messages. The data we return here is going to also be an array, not an object. Return, action.messages. Yeah, I think we had enough reading for now. Let us begin with an action. So we're going to have an actions folder. Redux stunk? Oh yeah, I'll get there when I get there. I want to start like in steps before I like forget everything again. Because like I said, I learn very differently to other people. You can tell me things and I can read things, it's not going to stick. I need to actually do it. So I can understand things, but to remember it I need to do it. So they have alert constant, so they're doing a few extra steps that we don't need to take right now. But to make things neater, it makes sense. They have the constants that would do different things. So the alert actions are success, error. I don't get what their clear does. Alert constants.clear. Okay, so hopefully now you'll create with less problems. Probably there will be problems, not gonna lie. But at least I can start doing something. Like I feel kind of like where I'm gonna go with this. So there's the user actions. Wait, so these are alert actions. Oh, they're just alert. They're not user. Actions related to alert, right. Oh, that's cool, because I already have an alert. I have a snack bar, so I could just hook my snack bar up to this. That's perfect. So the user actions is when I do something. Okay, that makes sense. Log in, log out, register. I can ignore the stuff that I don't get, because I could do that later. I haven't thought about get or delete. All I care about is log in, log out, register, so we can take those things. What is this? User constants. Oh, so they have different alert constants, user constants, user service. What are services now? What's a user service? Did they specify? Oh, that's somewhere here. Constants, user. No, it wasn't. It was services. What are services in this case? Or HTTP communication with backend APIs for the application. Each service encapsulates. Okay, so it's the same as the node services. I'm sure you handle all the problems since you have what it takes. Thanks, Ronnie. I appreciate that. Services can also have methods that don't wrap HTTP calls. Just removes an item. Okay, so service. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and then the user service. Wait, so that's a services folder. That's services user. The user service encapsulates all backend API calls for performing CRUD operations. What was CRUD again? Create something, update and delete. What was R again? Request? Was it request? No. Create, update, delete. What was R? Wasn't R request? What is R? Oh, read, right, because that wouldn't make sense. Create, read, update, delete, right, okay. As well as logging and, I guess, in and out of the example application. The service methods are exported via the user service object at the top of the file. And the implementation of each method is located in the function declarations below. We already return a 401 if we're not authorized. This is brilliant. Okay, so what does their layout look like that they want to suggest? Actions, components, constants, helpers, reducers, services, app, homepage, login page, register page. Well, I would have just a pages thing like we have now. Okay, so actions, which we have. What will the index look like for reducers? Where's the index for it? I thought they would... Okay, so login, that's where the thunk is going to be. Dispatch request user service.login. So that's the services. That's why it's user service. We're importing user service from services. Wait, so go to user service. Services, user service. Okay, so you're exporting an object, that's why. So you can do user service.login. But if it's in a services folder, why would you name it service? User.service. Wouldn't it just be user? Does it make it easier to read? Because what did we do for our server? We had auth, we had controllers for it, user, models was user. So user under controllers, user under models. Maybe it does make it easier to read. User.controller, user.model. Because oftentimes when I'm working in it, and I have it side by side, I see user, and if it weren't for the breadcrumbs in the tab, they would look identical. But I see controllers there and I see models there. So I don't know which approach is better. Because if I'm going to start adding controller and model to the name, then I might as well not have them in a controllers or models folder. It's just a thought. Because now I'm thinking, would there be a point in having user.service? Probably not. You can just call it user. And then you can still have user service from user. Or you don't even need user service, it could just be user. User.login.logout.register. Makes sense. Because we know it's a service. And when you do user.login, what does that mean? You're trying to log the user in, right? Okay, so we can make those changes. They're not critical. First step, let's just copy these things as is, and then we'll just delete things that we don't need. I think that's going to be the easiest option. So we got an actions folder. This needs to be alert. So under, let me get rid of server. Under actions, we need a new file, alert.js. And now I'm wondering if I shouldn't use ES6. Wait, I think it's complaining, isn't it? I wonder if I shouldn't use ES6. functions instead. The only issue I know about ES6 functions is that you lose the ability to get the this unless you bind. Because I could rewrite this, and success could be literally message where you would return the same thing. Well, actually that could be a single line. Oh wait, what am I doing? There you go. Single line. So you have success. Or you have this one. So the only downside to anonymous functions like this is that if you need to debug it, well, no, you should still know, wouldn't you? Trying to figure out which I prefer now. Prefer export default? But then you can't do that. Oh wait, why are we exporting it like that? Because it doesn't matter what you export, you name it whatever you want to name it. Wait. How do you export in objects? Because export default. Oh. It was just that, if I remember correctly. Success, error, clear, you get an object. Then we need alert constants from And what did they have in alert constants? They had this in alert. It's a new file, alert.js. Why is it doing this? Export default. Success. Error, clear. Alert, clear. Alert, error. Alert, success. Okay, so that's alert. And then here, constants, alert. Just import alert constants from constants alert. So that should be an object, then alert constants dot success. What did they have it as before? Just constants. Oh, because you'd have an index, wouldn't you? Okay, that makes sense. So let's have an index.js in there. We would probably import alert from alert and then export default alert. So we export default alert, and then why are we doing alert constants? Why don't we just change it to alert? No, just alert. Now alert looks so weird to me because I've said it so many times. Alert not found in constants? Really? Import alert. There it is, alert right there. Destructure alert. Alert not found. Should be the same thing. Alert not found in... Wait, what am I doing wrong? Import alert from alert. Then I'm exporting default alert. That's weird. Is it because I have multiple things? No, it's not. Why is this an issue? Alert not found. Really? You go to constants. And there's alert right there. See? There's the index. And the imp. Wait, so I could do it like that. Alert. I don't have to destructure it. That's confusing. Okay, how does that work? Because this is an object now, right? And I thought if you export an object, you have to destructure it when you use it. Let's add another constant for user, constants user. Register request, register success, register failure, logout, cool. So we export default. This should be an object, right? So whatever I import will be that. Import user from constant. import user from user. There. So the actions, user is defined but never used. Oh, that's why it was only a single thing. Dumbass. Alert user. Right? I'm pretty sure it's that. Then you had constants there in index, alert and user. What? Import alert, import user, export default alert user. Then import alert user from constants. Okay, I'm doing something wrong. Export default. How do you do multiple? Because I'm so used to the way that Node does it now. Yeah, we know about that for a single one, but what about an array of them? Or an object of them? You have to add it to an object, module.exports, really? Oh, fuck. So you need module.exports. Do I store export default afterwards? Oh no, you don't. That is all. Just module.export. Just like that. Do I have to use modules? Oh, you have to. You can only have one default export, which you declare. Oh. Named exports, which you declare without the default keyword, like export. Oh. So it's not module. Oh, for fuck's sakes. So just export without the default. Okay. So export. So export. That can be default, that can be default, but when there's multiple, import alert user from constant. Alert not found in constant. So this is still an issue. Export alert user. So how do I use it? It's not that. React multi. Wait. Let's just see what this. Named exports and imports. One, two. Oh, because they need to be in folders. Oh, it's a bit different to Node, so that would have to be in folders. So it would have to be constant alert would be a folder, user would be a folder, okay. So I have to do it this way, unfortunately. Imported multiple times. But it doesn't let me do that. What, I can't put them in brackets like that? Yeah, exactly. And I can't destructure them. Export default, that we know. That we know. But are dev and post folders? So you export, which we've done, then you import some component.js, but that's an index file. So it should be import alert user from Wait, now it works? What? Oh my god, now it's working. Wait, I don't need them here. I'm confused. This is alert. These are for the actions. So we had that. Oh, these are the actions now. So alert shouldn't have anything. Alert should just have success, error, and clear. Yeah. So we just need to import alert. And if I try to do it this way, we need to destructure. There you go. Alert from constants. Okay, now it's working. And we export success, error, clear. Perfect. Then we need user in actions. Actions, user. User.js. And then this needs to be an export here at the bottom, but we're changing it to export. I just want to see if it's automatically gonna put this on a new line for me. No, you're not gonna? Okay. There's some other issue apparently here. Unexpected token, where? Where, this one? Where? Line 8944. Over here? No, it's trying to export delete as delete. I don't know, we're not going to use get all anyway. We're going to have register and that's it. This is delete. Oh, that's why it's prefixed. Okay. Okay, we're not going to delete, so we're going to ignore that. Are we going to get all? No. So we're going to delete that too. We're going to have to log in, log out, register. That is what we're going to have. So login is where we're going to have the Axios stuff. So import user from our constants. This is user. Okay, so that works. So everywhere where it says user constant, change it to user. And change this to user. No, just user. Thank you. Oh, did it say user before all of this? Oh, function request. Well, that's why I have dispatch failure. You have dispatch request. But user is a constant. Shouldn't we have it in uppercase? And then it can also avoid this issue. User.login request. It might just be slightly confusing. That's why I see why they add user constant now. Oh, that's why. So if it's user constant, then this has to be user constant. User constant.login. But then wouldn't we have user.login? Probably not. I gotta think this one now. Be right back, just get some water, and we have to think what we're gonna do here in naming this. Okay, so I got my watermelon water, and I've got an idea too. Constants, by definition, should be capitalized, no? If something is a constant, you would usually capitalize it. So what if everything under the constants were capitalized? Alert and user. And then we export alert and user, right? So then in actions, import user from the constants. Let's change user constant to user. How's that? Because now it's user.login request, and then the user lowercase is obviously very different, because then you can't mistake it. Because if it was title case, then you could probably confuse it, but all caps is a constant. And guess what? They're in the constants folder. Haha! Smart, right? Then we're going to have service from services, which doesn't exist yet. Oh, but I wanted user here as well, user.login. This would now be service. It's a constant, a user constant. But at the same time, it could be user.login, user.logout, which is kind of what we wanted. Type is user.logout. Oh, that's an action, right? Because in actions, type is user.logout. Oh, because logout is of a type, user.logout. Was it always like that before? Oh, it was user constant.logout, it was. It was user constant. Oh, because logout, yes. That does exist. Smart. But I want to do user.logout. Ah, it's so annoying. Because the one is a constant, and the one is a service. Wait, we could technically do user, can't we? Because it's a service from services, right? What if we change user service to user? Because then it's user.login and it's user.logout. Function register user. But yeah, that's the only issue now. That's the only downside we have. Because you should register, or you could register a new user. Because then you call user.register. You wouldn't call user.register user, because that doesn't make any logical sense. So maybe that is where it should become new user. Okay, let's first make sure we see where user is used. Right, I think it always had an issue. Yeah. It always passed it in. God damn it. User.register. Okay, so function register new user. Dispatch request new user. Let me look at the original code quickly. Dispatch the user, yes. Then the service should register the user, the new user. Then, okay, so they're passing down user, which is bad. They're rewriting it. So they shouldn't be doing that. That is wrong. Okay, I think that's it. And then the request should be user, aka new user. And new user at the end. New user, error, error. Okay. So new user, new user, new user, new user. Oh, god damn it. I can't use it because it's declared in the upper scope. Wait, is it that? No, it's not. So what do they usually name this? Let's look at the example. When you dispatch. No, it's not a dispatch yet. That's in the action. Yeah, that is in user actions. Fetch product, return. It returns a type. Yeah, it's returning a type. But why are we passing user? Do we need to pass user? We don't, do we? That's the payload. User.register, new user, then dispatch success. The action I don't understand what's going on right now. This doesn't make any sense to me. So register. Where do we always have request, success, and failure? That gives an error. I understand why you get an error. But why user? Request username. Success doesn't expect anything. So why are we passing something in? This makes no sense to me. Success... Failure is expecting something. Failure is expecting an error. But why are we passing... Like, I'm pretty sure this guy forgot that. Login and register. Alert actions. Alert actions. Dot success. Why are you alerting success here? Success doesn't require a user. You think they just copy pasted? I mean, we can put it in, just change it to username. I assume we're gonna pass register to it at some point. Node.js, Dave Iris. Is it Dave Iris? Server is Node, but this is React right now with Redux. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell this person was trying to do. Davirus. Is that better? Yep. That's good. Awesome. Ah, so here we go. So this is the user service right now. There's register user. Okay, that's why it's called a service. I get it now. I haven't used React or Node, so I will just observe. What are you trying to figure out exactly? Just really a naming convention that I had an issue with. I messed things up royally now. For one, trying to figure out why they're dispatching nothing. So you'll see up here, they dispatch success with the user. And they dispatch the request with the username. But here, they dispatch success with nothing. And success down here expects something. So that didn't make sense. I was wondering if they just copy pasted and they forgot, or... So now I'm figuring out if I add it or if I remove it. Either way, it's a discrepancy. So that's an action creator. We should actually look at the action creator. Is the user a context managed that passes user by default? I'm not actually sure because I'm looking at their implementation and it looks like nothing compared to what I'm used to. To actually initiate a dispatch, pass the result to the dispatch function. So dispatch request. I'm just gonna have to believe this person knows what they were doing. They wouldn't write it otherwise, right? So we return dispatch. We update dispatch with request, which is a function which takes, in this case, username. Why are we destructuring username? That shouldn't be an object, should it? And the worst thing is that I can't call these by username or whatever. So let me go and undo all the changes I made. Well, this will still end up being an issue because they reuse things over and over. User.login, username, password. Then response. I guess this should be a response. Or if we don't care for the response, what is he actually doing here? Why is he passing user? Does he want the response or not? Because then we can just do then and have nothing in it. Oh no, he specifically did have user. Wait, this is getting confusing. Let's have a new file here and let's split this. And then let's look at his original code. Or register. I'm wondering if the response user portion is just setting a session cookie. Oh, I've already got sessions and I've got everything set up. I don't need any of that. I'm just looking at a way to store, basically store the response for my server, because my server right now handles all of that. Log in, log out, stores the session in a cookie. All that's done. I just need to get it to be stored into state, which is what we're doing now. So here's his register, here's his log out, here's his login. So let's copy these three, and then side by side we're going to compare this, so that I can maybe try and figure out what he was trying to do. Because I renamed the variables, I didn't agree with them. For example, he had user service. Why not just call it user.logout? The service is going to be in a services folder, it's going to be called user. So it makes sense to call it user.logout, right? User.login, user.logout, user.register, right? So that's why I changed that. But now obviously that conflicted because he had user for the actual user. So I have to go ahead and just change the variables around till they work. But also try to figure out what he was trying to do. So there's login. He passes username and password. I agree with that. Then you return dispatch. Dispatch request. Destructure the username. I don't know why he's doing that. I'll have to figure out. Then user service.login. So user.login, username, password. Then so is he expecting user service to return? Maybe he's expecting user service to return a user. Because remember, we do things differently. So if we don't expect a user back, then maybe we can skip what he's trying to do. So let's go find his user service. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at his user service. And we're doing the login. There it is. Username, password. So you're basically doing a fetch to an API, then handle the response, then user. Why another then? Why then after a then? Does handle response do something else? Oh, there, handle response. response.text, blah blah. If response is not okay, and if it's a 401, log out. And location.reload is true. And then you reject the promise. Otherwise, you're returning the data. The data is what? Text and json.parse text. What? What is he trying to do here? You're returning text, whatever text is, and then you're parsing text. So you're returning the original text and the parsed text? I assume he's creating an object here? I'm not quite sure what the hell he's doing. Okay, but anyway, regardless of what the output is, he's handling the response. And then, based on handle response, Davirus, be right back, cool, no worries. Then based on handle response, he's gonna get user, and he's gonna return user. Oh, that's the token part basically, it is an object. Okay. So we don't need user here technically. Well, we could technically have it as a user object if that's the response. Dispatch success user object. Okay, so that works. What about failure? Error to string. And then the username. So to log in, you're passing username and password. But why are you destructuring username? That is the part I don't get. Or am I missing something here? Isn't that destructuring? Let's see where login is used. Oh god, it's used in a lot of places. So login, username, password. I'm really confused by this one. Why it seems like there's destructuring. Maybe it's not destructuring. Maybe it's the way dispatch is handled. But why is it not done like that? Why is it specifically there? Why is username? Why? Okay, let's just ignore it for now, and when we test it later we can see why it's done. I guess that's the only way we'll know. Cool. So that should be it. Dispatch failure, dispatch success, dispatch request.
Chaos Theory 34 is following the family.
Chaos Theory, hey, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate it. Did you figure out why request username? No. I'm assuming it creates the object. We'll have to test afterwards. I just feel there's a lot going on in this action. Username converts the object to a hash? Really? A hash? How? Where is it converted to a hash? You think that's what request does? Okay, that'll probably explain it better then, yeah. The curly braces denote an object literal. It is a way of setting key, yeah. A second possible answer has arisen since this question was asked. JavaScript ES6 introduced, yeah, we know about destruction. Where'd you get the hash for? Were you talking about destructuring? Okay. Yeah, when you said hash, I was like, what? Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but it doesn't make sense because when I checked what they're passing in, they're just passing in a username. So the username will be your username. What would you get if you destructure it? So for example, if you had something like this, where you had username, Bob, and you had password, 123, as an example, that would be your object, right? Username Bob, password 123. Then to access it, and let's say we said const user equal to username Bob, password 123, then you would go username equal to Bob. I mean username equal to user, right? Because then you would get username from the user. That's how destructuring works. But what doesn't make sense in this case is he's destructuring username, but the object that is passed in is a username, literally a single string. How do you destructure a string? So this must be something else. It doesn't make sense. But like I said, we'll test it later on what is going on, because I don't know exactly what is going on. The other thing that bothers me is that he's got all these functions inside of this. You're dispatching and dispatching and dispatching inside of an action. And according to Redux, they weren't dispatching. They have action creators. In traditional Flux, action creators often trigger a dispatch when invoked, like so. In Redux, this is not the case. Instead, to actually initiate a dispatch, pass the result to the dispatch function. Ah, okay. Does this person actually explain why they're doing this? Action creators, okay. Multiple sub-actions. This is because they have to make an HTTP request and wait for the response before completing. Dispatches a login request action with dispatch request username. Yeah. Even here, so it can't be a mistake that he has it like that. Calls the async task user-service.login, username, password. Dispatches a login success with dispatch success user if login was successful. Dispatches a login failure action with dispatch failure error if login failed. Anyway, let's just test it and see what happens, right? That's going to be the best way. So for logout, we have user.logout, type user.logout, register is going to be a new user. So you want to register a user. I wonder what's passed to register. I think it's an object. Pretty sure it's an object. Let's check register.
Devirus underscore is following the family.
Devirus, thank you so much for that follow, I appreciate it. Do you see what I mean about naming variables, by the way? Because it gets so tricky if you have things that have similar names, user, because we want to do user.register, but now you would want to put user.register the user, right? So I had to put in new user. And we can't stick user in there because it's what's used to call user.register. You're activating a user after authentication. Yeah, I'm thinking that this should be new user instead of user object. Stick that there. And then this can be user object because you're registering with the user object. Username and password, I believe. It should be. So dispatch request user object, user object. And then user.register with the user object, then new user, and the problem that they had is that they were reusing the variable, which is something that you should never do. They came in with user, and they used user, and then they set it as the response, which is just plain bad. Ah, this is so annoying. What do we name it now? Because we have new user. So we come in with the user object, send the request of the user object. Wonder if I shouldn't just call this user. Oh, but then it's going to complain about the fact that it's already been used in the scope. I hate naming variables when it comes to these things, when they're all around the same scope. Is user global? It is. User is... Actually, no. Oh, yes, sorry. User is global. That's the user service. So user.register, user.logout. We liked that. But now we can't use user because of that. We can't use user object because it's passed in as a parameter. We can't use new user. But do we need to, when we register, we don't need anything here. Just dispatch success. And then alert, registration successful. What do we need to store? The server stores everything. Maybe we don't need new user after all. So we just dispatch success. We don't need anything there. And then success doesn't need anything. That's what I'm thinking. And then request, instead of user object, this can be new user. So that's going to be the new user, that's a success, and that's the error. And we can obviously change it once we know what's going on, because I don't know how this is functioning yet. So once we test it out, we can be like, oh, okay, we don't need that, we don't need that. So there. Cool. That's good, right? So user from constants. Then we need user from services, which we don't have yet, but we're going to create it now. So we're going to create a new folder called services. Wait, why is it in actions? My bad. Well, I could just move it. Create a new file called user. .js. Also create a new index.js inside of it, and then in user for the service. Is this the service? This doesn't look like it. No, it's not. Looks like this is the service. No, that's the back end. That's a reducer. Jesus, so many things. Here, user.service. God damn. So we're just gonna export. Wait, what's wrong? Delete? We're not gonna have delete. Maybe we'll have update, I don't know. But we're not gonna have delete. Can have this at the bottom. I want to see if it's gonna automatically put this on a new line for me. Will you make that pretty for me? Really? That's the prettiest that you're gonna make it? Okay. Config from config. Auth header. Yes.
Next Wyatt awards the 2000 Triple X's following the family.
Jeez. Hello. How do we even say that? Weitwasser? Thank you so much for that follow, I appreciate it. Okay, so the login is going to be a fetch. This is going to be an Axios thing. I don't think we're going to have get all. Get by ID. Why is it complaining about handle response? Oh, it was used before it was defined. Oh, fine then. Stick it up here. What are you complaining about? Arrow function has a complexity of 6. Let's see. What are they trying to do? Return response.text, then text. Data equal. I have no freaking idea what they're trying to do here. If response.ok. If not response.ok. If response.state is equal to 4 or 1. Log out. Promise.reject with an error. Error is data and data.message or response.status text. Otherwise, return data. God, we're not even close. We still need reducers and everything. So login. Let's get our login. We have that in... It's actually good we're doing it this way, because now that I think about it, our login was literally in a component. The logic for it. Well, it was under auth, but yeah, it's not really component. Here it is. So that's the config we need. Okay, let's see how we can clean this up. Config. .api URL. That's smart. We can just call it course options. And then pass it in as course options. And we need Axios. Import Axios from Axios. There we go. So now we can do axios.post. We need the data as well. So that's the username and password. Username, password, course options, then response. Okay, so let's see what they're doing now. Okay, they are creating a JSON file, that's why. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. So you need to return Axios, then handle response. No, because if you don't provide a key name and it's the same, the key will be the same as the data. So username will contain the value and password will contain the password. So the key will be username password, with username and password being the values of the two. It's a nice little shortcut. Like, we're literally changing the entire code. So they fetch handle response, then if the handle response was valid, they store the user details. We don't need to do that, our server does that. And then they return the user. Why do they return a user? We're returning Axios. Is this in the same scope store? The fuck? Oh no, that's inside of there. So it's inside of the fetch store. Okay, so they're returning user in the then. What am I doing in the then? Nothing. So let's just pretend we are logged in. We got logged in. We're just gonna have that, screw it, whatever. If we actually get to this point, then we can take further action. Did you think about uploading streams to YouTube? Yeah, I'm live streaming right now to YouTube, and after the stream's done, it automatically will be archived to my YouTube channel. Actually, let's comment all of this out. The register, the everything. Let's comment it all out. Let's comment that. Let's only have login and log out. Not register, not anything else. Let's keep it simple, because if we actually get it working, you know what I mean, then we can come back. So we get rid of config. We get rid of auth header. We get rid of handle response. We only have login with my method, and we have logout, which is super simple. And that's literally just going to be an API call. I think I have it there already. I should have logout in my where do I have it? Was it login? No, I had it somewhere. It was attached to the app bar. Yeah, app bar. There. Axios.get, then catch, if error, respond. Pretty much this. We still need the config. I gotta remember that. So for logout, it's literally just this. And it's gonna need this course options. And since we have duplication of code here, we need to consider. Yeah, but for now it's fine. And also we don't need these things. And if there's errors, we're gonna log them. Get, logout, response. Cool. I wondered who else was asking questions. What do you mean, the virus? Okay, step 67 of 100. Jesus, there are so many steps to this thing. You said you're straight to YouTube as well, so I'm guessing you have a chat window for them too. Yeah, I do. You're answering questions, but I didn't see any in this chat. Really? Maybe I was just talking to myself. I do that often. I kind of communicate what I'm doing. But there's been no one on my YouTube chat, so that's strange. Weird. Okay, so what? Where are we now? So we have the alerts. It's probably this when I'm documenting what I'm doing. Maybe you think I'm talking to someone else. So we have the user action creator that we've done. We have the components folder. We don't have the private root yet. But we can do that last. I'm more worried about the... Do we have alert actions? Constants alert? Do I have that? Yeah, we do. We have that. Do we have user actions? We do. We don't need that. We don't need the auth header either. Do we have the mock backend? Do we need it? No, that's going to be... Oh, we have a physical backend, so we don't need that. We can just send it straight to our backend, so I don't think we need anything here. Whew, that's nice. React Router history. The history is a custom history object used by React Router. The reason I use a custom history object instead of the built-in React Router is to enable redirecting users from outside React components. For example, from the user actions after successful login or registration. But I mean, if we have it wrapped completely, would we still need to? I don't know. I don't think that matters either way. I care more about the Redux store. If we can get the store working, then, you know. Redux store. There we go. Create store. Apply middleware from Redux. Thunk middleware. So we're going to use that. Create logger, Redux logger. Import root reducer from reduces, okay. Logger middleware, create logger. Store, create store root reducer, apply middleware, thunk middleware, and the logger middleware. Okay, we don't need to do that yet. We need the reducers. The reducers folder contains all the Redux reducers for this project. Each reducer updates a different part of the application state in response to dispatched Redux actions. So the alert reducer. The Redux alert reducer manages the application state for alerts, toaster notifications. It updates state when an alert action is dispatched. That's going to be perfect. For example, when an alert constant success action is dispatched, the reducer updates the alert state to an object with type alert success and message action.message. Beautiful, love it. And it's nice and simple too, isn't it? Let's go to reducers and we're going to call it alert. So let's create a reducers folder. I don't think we have one. So under source, new folder, reducers. Or is it reducer? Because huh. Yeah, reduces. New file. What was this? Alert. And inside of it, export function. We turn this into an arrow function, maybe? Oh, because it's freaking wait, what do you prefer? Default? Okay, export default. But now you're gonna complain because store and everything else. The modularity in this project is insane, right? Look, don't get me wrong, it's good, but not when you're trying to follow along and just get it working. So I usually get things working and then it's a complete mess and then I go and I split things up. So this is the end goal, like, you know, at least we'll have the end goal by the time we get to the point of testing it, right? If to any of you that plan on writing guides in the future, please just write a rough version where everything is in one file and then afterwards have a section underneath where everything is split into modules. I think it'll be easier for people to follow. Okay, we need to import alert constants from constants. Do I have alert? Yes, I do, but I don't think it's called that. In constants, it is called alert. Oh, and I like that I made it capital because a constant should be capitalized. And actually, wherever we use that, we're going to call it alert. And there you go. Alert.success. That looks nice, right? Alert.error. Why would you call it alert constant.success? One, if it's capitalized, we know it's a constant. And two, we're importing it from constants. So I wonder what it could be. So what is he trying to do here? State, default state, action. If the action type is success, return type alert success. Message action.message. Wait, you return a type in a reducer? The fuck? How does that work? The reducer updates the alert state to an object with... Oh, it's an object. Oh, I didn't see the return. Am I blind? Oh, there it is right there. It's an object. Type alert success. Message action.message. But then why is it all lowercase? But the types were capitalized before. I'm so confused. Alert success is capitalized there. Why is this lowercase? If it is alert.success, return the type of alert success lowercase. Why don't you... What? Action.message. Because it's going to receive a... Wow. Just give me a second, I'll be right back. Yes, water, but I've got my water. I got my watermelon water. Ah, it's good. A liter. Jeez, we've been streaming a while, huh? 8 hours? 1 liter of water? Sounds about right. I've easily had over 2 liters by now. But water is good. Okay, so I don't get this. If the action type is alert.success, wait, those are constants, those are not actions, that's why. Where's the actions? Actions alert. There. Success. Type alert. God, it's so modularized. Type alert.success, and it's got a message, and the message is passed in with success. So alert.success, which is in constants, which is in alert. Okay. Wow, I still don't get it. Let's try again. Return type alert.success. But why can't you just return the type of from alert.success already? Why does it have to be a lowercase version? If the type type alert.success. What is alert.success, you ask? Alert underscore success. Okay, let's just test it and see what happens. That's not your constant, so yeah, so But what's weird is why this one is lowercase and the other one is uppercase. Wait. I think I know what's going on now. Notice how alert success, alert error, alert clear, right? Alert success, alert danger. These things, I think he's using Bootstrap. I think he's trying to... He's going to somehow render CSS classes, we'll see later. I think he's using the type to render the classes. But that's fine, we can use our material UI. We'll figure something out. I wonder what alert.clear means. Return nothing. That would make sense, yeah. The only reason I saw is because danger. I remember danger from being one of the Bootstrap defaults. Okay, so guess what? We have that reducer set up. Yay! What about the authentication reducer? What does this do? Oh, okay, yeah, that's important. Authentication under reducers. Authentication.js. Export default function. It's not user constants, it's user. Oh, I gotta probably change all of these now to user from constants. There you go, that actually works. Good job. Wait, it doesn't give a shit. It's like, oh wait, never mind. It's not found. There you go, it's found now. Okay, user equal to what? User? What's user? Where'd user come from? Oh, we're defining it. JSON.parse local storage. Nope. Not doing that. Initial state. Well, technically we can check if there's a... We can check if there's a cookie in local storage. We could, because... See, here's the only problem. What if someone else just makes a cookie? Literally all it's I know it's not the authentication, but the initial state is literally based on if there's a cookie or not. What is it trying to do? User.login request return logging in true. User action dot user. Oh, so like login dot user, logout dot user. Okay. Let's check our local storage. We have a key called connect.sid. I guess we can try that. We don't have to delete the cookie because the server deletes the cookie. So let's see if that works. Okay, so we have two middlewares now. Oh my god, there's a registration one as well. Reducer. Wait, we're not doing registration right now. Oh, and there's a users reducer. Well, that's the get all. Okay, so we don't need that either. Good. Yeah, it's weird. So we have the user service. Yeah, we did that already. Great. My fuck, like this thing goes on. We literally only halfway right now. It's scary. We need to combine all the reducers. Let's get the store working so long. Have you been working on this for 8 hours? Yeah, well, most of it was like reading and trying to figure out how the hell Redux and React, well, you've seen how complicated it is. How it all works. So we need to install Redux Thunk. Create store apply middleware from Redux we already have. Create logger from Redux logger. We're gonna need to npm install Redux Thunk. What is Redux logger? I'm wondering if it's even necessary. Why do they have it? Logger must be the last middleware in chain, otherwise it will log thunk and promise. Oh, these names. It's hilarious. Could be useful. So it logs basically all the things that are happening. Sounds good to me. Published 2 years ago. Last published 4 months ago. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? Redux logger. Shouldn't that be installed as a dev dependency, I wonder? No, because you actually need it. Okay, logger it is. And where's the beautiful thunk? I have it somewhere here. So many things open. Where's thunk? Oh, thunk. Oh, here it is. Okay, npm install redux thunk. And then we need a root reducer from reducers. That's basically all of them combined. We need to see how he implements the root reducer though. He doesn't show the index, which is weird. Let's see what he has inside of the index. Can I see this, please, editor? The fuck? Oh, there you go. I was like, what? There's nothing in there. Okay, so we need an index inside reducers. Index dot shh. I'm going to jet. It was fun and a bit mind bending. Good luck. Thanks, Tavares. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a good one. It was great having you around. Oh, now they use export default. Lol. Import combine reducers from Redux. Okay, we've done that. Import authentication from authentication reducer. Wait, do we have authentication? We do. This is just going to be called authentication. And registration we don't have right now. Import users from users.reducer. We don't have a user one. And we do have alert. What are we exporting them as? Export default. Alert. And authentication is just export default authentication. Should just be that. Yeah. And import authentication and alert. Now I just gotta figure out why we're not using users. What did they have in users? Oh right, we don't need that. So registration and users we got rid of. It's just authentication and alert. I want to set up prettier. Can I set up prettier? That's the question. I think I should be able to. What is this? Style into RC. But shouldn't prettier be working already because I have it installed globally? Extensions prettier. What did I have before that would format this? Because I had prettier. And I'm pretty sure prettier is working right now. I also had beautifier. That's so weird, because I'm pretty sure... Anyway, doesn't matter. Combine reduces. Authentication alert. Export default root reducer. Perfect. So now that we have that... and we have our server already. We have the Redux store now. Actually, let's go to the store. Yes, there's a root reducer, perfect. And we have the logger middleware, create logger, create store root reducer, apply middleware. It's weird that it's not styling it like it normally would. Let's see, React. Yeah, let's check prettier out. I want to see what prettier will do. Oh, so I definitely don't have prettier running then. We needed to work with ESLint though. Wait, let's see what happens if I run prettier. Huh. So apparently I am using prettier. But that's not what it looks like. Let's make some changes then to prettier. I think it has an option where I could specify if we should respect ESLint. Oh, there you go. Who's complaining about it? Prettier or ESLint? ESLint. So ESLint wants to remove it. Yeah, ESLint wants to remove it. Oh, now it's not trying to override it. But I wish that ours like made it neat like that. For whatever reason, ours does not make it neat. Maybe we need to update prettier. Let's see what, because I have it installed globally, prettier. I think it's the one thing that's allowed to be global. .17. Let's see what version of prettier there is. .18.2. Okay, there is an update. There we go. We updated to 1.18.2. Maybe I should close it. And open it again. Why is prettier disabled? Cannot find utilities, AST utils. Wait, is prettier ESLint a npm package? Well, we can try and see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? It blows up. Install it as a dev dependency. I didn't even realize Prettier wasn't working. Now I should be able to close it and open it again, and hopefully everything will be fine. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to install Prettier. So what is the extension that I have then? So I have Prettier. There's Iceland. Okay, then what about my prettier? I need my prettier. We've already installed it. So what now?
Skylard Maker is following the family.
Skylar, hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm good. Just struggling to put this massive app together. But we're getting there. Trying to get my prettier to pretty this up right now. But when I change things, if I turn that off, suddenly boom, I get the nice pretty. Wait, what saved it now? Huh, weird. I've been trying to learn JS lately. Made my first project over the weekend. Awesome. What was it? Okay, so we want ESLint. So we know prettier is supposed to put down a freaking new line. But it's like the moment I start using this, it just doesn't care anymore. It's a little rectangle that is controlled using WASA. There are other squares that come onto the screen that you have to dodge. They come in from all sides at different speeds and sizes. Whoa! That's pretty advanced, Skylar. Congrats. That's fun. Do you have it hosted somewhere? Is it online? Oh, this is old. I don't have anything that recognizes when the rectangles intersect when the players with the players, so not yet. I want to learn how to navigate GitHub and post it once I'm done with it. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you must definitely feel free to share it when you're done. I'd love to check it out. Oh, nice. So you made the character controller. Okay. Prettier, ESLint config prettier. ESLint, God, there's so many packages. You also need to install prettier code formatter. Oh, okay, so you need both in VS. Install and save the necessary packages for prettier, ESLint, and the prettier ESLint configuration. I think the only thing I need is not ESLint, because I already have that. I can send you a link to the character if you want to see that. Yeah, for sure. Feel free to share that. Open in terminal. So prettier we can install. ESLint we don't have to. Oh, it's prettier ESLint. I think we already have that installed. I think we have prettier ESLint. Yeah, we do. So we just need ESLint config prettier and ESLint plugin prettier. So that should install that to our dev dependencies. There we go. Now we have ESLint config prettier and ESLint plugin prettier. Beautiful. Skylar, let me have a look. Oh, nice. It works. Look at that. It's pretty cool. That's really cool. Ah. So I assume if you set this lower, it moves slower. Wait, does it? Or does it move faster? Oh, never mind, it's faster. So if it's a higher value, it's slower. Oh, hey, there you go. Ah, oh, I'm lagging now. Yes, for that authentic 3 frames a second feel. Oh, now you two can also simulate what it's like to have a really low-end potato to game on. This is the average experience right here from a game in Unity that hasn't been optimized. Amazing, isn't it? But yeah, that's pretty cool, Skylar. Really great job. Well done. It works well, and it's smooth. And if you had fun working on it, then that's all that matters. Mostly just Googling. Well, pretty good Googling, huh? I like it. And it like sticks to the bottom. I just realized that now. I didn't realize that, so you can't fall off the bounds. It's pretty awesome. But I want to be bigger. I want to be... I want to be bigger. Oh yes, I'm a big square now. Oh, I'm getting sidetracked. Thank you, Skylar. I appreciate that. So I need to save this for future reference. So D... I want to see what D does. So D... Package will appear in your dev dependencies. Ah. So it's not random. So these are the two things that I'll need. To set up my dependencies. Okay. Config Airbnb and then prettier and yeah. Let me save this. So what's your plans, Skylar, when you finish things up? Are you gonna, you say you're gonna create enemies, create a little game? Is it gonna be a web-based game? Fury Energy, hey, how you doing? Those are some pretty cool emotes you got there. Okay, let's see what happens if I do this. Cool, let's continue now. So we have ESLint right now. We have everything configured. Cool, so if all this is correct, all we need now is to extend plugin prettier with recommended. $9, jeez. Okay, so we need to add this to my ESLint. Extends Airbnb base. No, not working. Hates it. Cannot find module. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to uninstall Prettier from global, unfortunately. Okay, let's close it and open it again. See what happens. Cannot find module. Utility. Okay. So yeah, it's definitely based on the fact that Prettier is installed globally. So let's remove Prettier. npm uninstall Prettier global. There you go. Prettier is now not installed globally. Wait, I might need to install Prettier locally. Do I have Prettier installed? I don't think I do. See what Prettier says. Yeah, let's install Prettier now. There we go. You also apparently get ESLint Prettier, which I have no idea. Was it Prettier or ESLint? That the one I already have? Let me check. Prettier. ESLint plugin. While Prettier ESLint uses... This is Prettier ESLint. Uses ESLint fix to change the output of Prettier. ESLint plugin Prettier keeps the Prettier output as is and integrates it with your regular ESLint workflow. Oh. So we don't want Prettier ESLint in that case. No. Okay, so I should just be able to reload this now and we should be fine. And hopefully Prettier won't have a heart attack. Would be nice if it just worked. Cannot find module. Why does it do that every time? Why? I uninstalled it from global. Let's Google it. Downgrade ESLint. Someone even created a bounty, wow. But there's no real solution to this, that sucks. Wait, maybe I could turn that interaction off? Or extensions Prettier? Because we have a plugin now? Maybe turn that off? Unexpected token. Yeah, I know, fix it. Unexpected token. There you go. Oh, it needs to be an array. So we have Airbnb. We need plugins. React and Prettier. We can add a Prettier file. Jeez, okay. New file. And then inside of that, we will have single quote and trailing comma all. But it didn't seem to take hold of that, so let's see if there's something we need to set up still for Prettier. There we go. And let's delete this file now because I don't think we'll need it anymore. And then we just have to figure out what we want to do with the quotes around names. Quote props. What is consistent? Yeah, as needed is fine. Only quote them if needed. Okay, so I think now it looks good. So store. Hey! Wait, who is doing that? Was it prettier or React? Replace Redux with Redux. Oh, is it complaining probably about the spacing? So it wants double quotes still, but I thought we set that. So what's calling it twice? It's almost like it's fighting. Oh, that's probably where I need single quotes in JSX. Use single quote. Oh, when I do that now it doesn't work. I don't think we need to export the plugins. Let me see what happens if I do that. Definition for rule prettier was not found. Unexpected tab character. ESLint. No tabs. Oops, my bad. We don't want to be using tabs. Oh, now it's not complaining. Definition for rule, prettier was not found. Damn it! Probably talk about this. Actually, I think we are gonna need a prettier RRC file, because I don't think we had that error when I had that. So let's see. Ah, I think I've sorted it now. Look at that! Prettier is now working. Holy shit, we actually got it working. Wow! And if I change these to... yeah! Sweet. Beautiful. That makes me so happy. So we actually now have it better than we had it before, because prettier in the ESLint is now working just the way that it should. So we have prettier, we have prettier for React, we have Airbnb with ESLint. Nice. Beautiful. Now we can continue working on our coding, and our code will look beautiful. Okay, so let's go back to this tutorial. We have the reducer, we have the user service. So this is app. History.listen, what is history? Oh, we had it as a helper. Action creators. Connected app is connect. Export connected app as app. So instead of this dot props get users, what would it be? Props get users? And I have no idea where to begin with this. So what's our index look like? So it's import app from app. Okay, so this is what should be in our index. So let's set it up so that's working. Import React, yes. Import render from React DOM. And I guess we could do that. Import provider from React Redux, yes. Import store from helpers. Import app from app. And then we change React DOM to render. Provider, store is store, app provider. Yeah, that's it. What's up, man? Kinko, hey, how are you doing? Getting sleep? Now, you? I haven't slept yet. We need an index in our helpers. import store from store, and then export default store, and then in our index .jsx import store from helpers. There we go. I have class tomorrow, but I cannot go without saying hi. I appreciate that, King Cold. I hope you're doing well, and I hope your class goes well. Okay, so now that all this is going, we should probably start it. npm start, and watch everything just die. Just blow up. Just poof. I don't even know what to expect anymore at this point, to be honest. Not gonna lie. I don't have high hopes, so that's a good thing at least, right? Oh, it's actually starting the development server. There were no errors. What? Cheers, King Cold. Sleep well. It's 5:45 for me in the morning. It's crazy. Attempted import error. Store is not exported from helpers. Why am I not getting an error here then? Store is not exported from helpers. Are you sure? I just realized something now. It's not complaining anymore. Oh, now it's fine. Wow. Okay. So we should have a Redux store. Oh, that's because we're not done yet, are we? No, 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 no. We're not done. Because now in app, we need to add something extra, I remember. We need connect from React Redux. This is in app now. What is in the style sheet? I don't think we're even using it. Yeah, we're not. In fact, we can delete this. There you go. So we import connect. And then map state is at the bottom. Map state, action creators, app. What's clear alerts? Alert actions. That's probably why. We don't have an index for this. Wow. Import user from dependency cycles. Dependency cycle detected, what? The Good Idea Co. Hey, how you doing? This internet sucks. I want to go home. How about you? Yeah, I'm I'm struggling to stay awake and finish this off. Trying to connect a store to my app. Export default, create browser history, import create browser history from history. Wait, where does history come from? Where's history come from? Let's look at their code. History. Custom history object used by React router. What do you mean it's custom? Did you create a history and not share it? Looks like React. Yeah, it is React. 0 XP with it, but I work with Vue all day, all night. How do you find Vue? Do you enjoy it? From history. Is history a thing? React router history. Import history from history, but where does history come from? We need the history package. JavaScript library that lets you easily manage session history anywhere JavaScript runs. Oh. Okay, so I need to npm install history. Oh, great. More dependencies, what could go wrong? Okay, so history should work then. Create browser history. Then we export default, create browser history. Then in services, was it services? No, it wasn't services. It was user actions. We're going to import history from helpers. That's store. Import history from history. Thank you. History is defined and now it is used. Oh my god, why is everything broken now? I just broke everything. Okay, cool. And the index needs to use store. I don't know why this thing is not complaining. There, store from helpers. Right, and what are you complaining about? Okay, this has issues. Everything has issues right now. Can we do this one at a time, please? The reducer is fine. This authentication is fine. Oh, this is the one that has the issue, the actions. Import alert from alert. And these are both from actions, right? Yeah. So let's do alert and user from actions. Wait, this is actions. What am I doing? This is actions. Okay, so we're in actions right now. We need to import alert and user. So alert not found in constants. What? Constants. We're exporting alert and user. Oh, that's why. Alert. Thank you. Okay, that's one problem solved. What's the other problem right now? Actions. Import alert from alert. No, we need to import success error clear. Why are we importing? So that's going to be an object. Yeah, that's going to be an object. Okay, and then user needs to export. Okay, so what is up with this? Alert actions. No, that needs to be alert. Alert from alert not found in alert, really? What are you exporting? Alright, well, you can just call it alert. There you go. And then wherever it says alert actions, we just change it to alert. Actually, no, it should be just normal alert, shouldn't it? There's constants for alert. Yeah. This should just be normal lowercase alert. So it should be like this, but now it's still complaining because alert also has a named export error. Check if you meant to write import error from alert instead. Oh, it does. We're trying to give it success. So it will have the type alert.success and the message will be the message. So what, just success? Dispatch success instead of alert. So alert is an object that has success error clear on it. I don't get the issue. Alert has a named export success. Yes, it does. No, I'm not trying to import success. I'm literally just trying to do alert.success. It's being so difficult. Okay, so what's the issue here now? On app.jsx, I think we might need history and alert actions. Unexpected token as why? Connect map state, which we have alert. No, it's just alert. The hell? Connected app as app. Okay, what am I missing? Alert from props. And pans, yeah. I'm still on trying to get this stuff done. Did you manage to get your project sorted? Nice! Congrats, man. Must be an exciting feeling, at least it's done. Now you can help me debug why the hell I'm getting an error here. Connected app as app. This normally works. If you say X as X, well, it's the export default that messes everything up. I didn't write tests, but they use some real cool React pattern. I could show you sometime. What's the issue? I don't know. It's just complaining about the fact that there's so many issues, dude. Where do we begin? Connected app as app has an issue because I'm not connecting properly, but I literally copied this dude's code. Yeah. Yeah. It's connected app here. Now what's it complaining about? I'm just gonna freaking export default connected app. It won't allow me to do as app like that. And if I destructure it like that, connect is a function that returns a function. Oh. So app. And if I export default app, what will happen? Should I export default connected app? Like, I don't know anymore. Is that the issue though? I don't know. There's an issue here. Unexpected token as line 4731. There's no freaking as here. So I need to convert this code. He's using this.props. He's using a class constructor. If I wanted alert equal to this.props, would I just do alert equal to props without this, right? Props is not defined. Oh, do I have to put props in there? So alert equal to props. And then this has to be alert actions. So now it's alert actions. Alert is missing in props validation. Alert is assigned a value but never used. Alert is used in map state. Can it not access it? Map state? This is his code on the right. He has it in a function. He sets alert equal to this.props in render. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, dude. I really don't know. I'm just trying very hard to keep it together, because this shit's intense. So he's rendering const alert equal to this.props. So I'm doing alert equal to props. Then map state alert from state. But where was state? What is state? In the store. Where is state? Oh, there's state. It gets passed in. But who called map state? Connected app equal to connect map state action creators. Action creators is clear alerts. And bands. What am I doing wrong? Okay, first error is alert does not contain a default export. Imported as alert. What? Alert does not contain a default export imported as alert. Are you exporting alert? I am. From actions user.js. Actions user.js. What's wrong? Okay, here's the issue. Here's the issue, and it's so fucking annoying, dude. I don't know how to do it. Okay, so get this. Alert, right, has a function. I don't know if it's because I changed it to an ES6 function. It used to be a regular function. But anyway, we got success, we got error, and we got clear, right? Then I'm exporting it as an object. So you can do something.success, something.error, right? So I'm exporting an object. Then in user, I'm saying import alert from alert. Then I'm expecting to use alert.success, alert.error. Am I doing it wrong? Because here I'm exporting an object. And here I'm saying import alert. Am I doing something wrong? The destructuring is not confusing. This is not destructuring though. This is an object, no? An object of success, error, and clear. I'm exporting an object with these three functions. Correct. Yes, hopefully that is what we're expecting. Now, one of the issues down here, that's saying caution. Alert also has a named export error. Check if you meant to write import error from alert. What it's wanting me to do is literally import error. Because error, do you see error here? Error exists here in the export. But I know it exists. I want to have it almost like a namespace, doing alert.error, alert.success. Well, no, it's not just a linter error. We failed to compile because alert does not contain a default export imported as alert. And we have a cycle detected, a dependency cycle. We import alert from alert, but why is this a cycle? Import user from user. I think this might be an issue. So in user, we're importing. And remember, user is the one that imports alert as well. I don't know what the hell this guy was trying to do. And if I comment that out, we still have a cycle detected, a dependency cycle. Why? I'm commenting out all the alerts. Okay, no more alerts. How is there still a cycle here? Dependency cycle. How does that work? User from user. So user is apparently alert and user. Wait, what? Import user from user. There's user. Oh, maybe it's that user. Maybe that's why. Because we have user there. Damn it. Just keep rubber ducking me. I think it's because this user is here. We're importing user from services. Technically we can name that anything, can't we? Test. There, now it doesn't have an issue. What is your issue? Import app from app. Yeah, no, it's not that. Maybe JSX? No. Unexpected use of file extension JSX for app. Wait, now it's fine. Now stop complaining. What? What the fuck? Wow. Now what's the issue? Unexpected token. App. Never mind. Export default. Rexported. What the fuck is a rexported? Is Scooby-Doo here? Rexported. What the fuck is a rexport? As alert was not found in alert. Source actions index.js. What the fuck is even going on right now? I can't. Go fix your typo? What typo? I don't even understand the error. Source actions index.js. This is, we're in this file right now. Export default exported as alert was not found in alert. Wait. Check alert. I did. Alert is a folder, and inside of it, index.js. I mean, actions alert. Not actions. What am I saying? Wait, yeah, no, it's neither of them. Neither the constant. It's not even the reducer. Spooky, right? Alert is signed a value but never used. Maybe it's that one. No. Store is not Store is not exported from helpers. No? Where is store exported from? Store is not exported from helpers apparently. There's store. Input store from store. Export default to store. Okay. Export default. Oh, you can't export default if there's multiple. Hey! No store found. No store found. I hate you. Why is there no store? Why was no store found? Great success. No great success. We don't have a store. We passed in store to provider. Do you see it? So app should have it, right? Provider store equal to store. App is inside of provider. So if we go to app, We should have access to it, right? Yes. No, it's fine. Store is fine, else it would give an error. Oh, now it lets me do this? Oh no, now it doesn't. LOL. If I do it like this, it's fine. App does not contain a default export. Imported as app. App does not contain a default export. Imported as app. Unexpected token connected app. Export default app. App does not contain a default. Never mind. There's no Redux store. Connect. Map state. Map dispatch to props app. So the way you're writing your connected to app, I think you can export connected to app. You mean connected apps? We've done that, but then we don't get a store. No store found. Where are we creating the store? In the index. Provider store equal to store. You mean that? Go back to store.js. There. Just give me a second. Sorry, back. So you're making your store there with your root reducer, yeah, and you're exporting it. But you need to call it somewhere. But this is store. This would be the essential store, no? So in our index, Let's see how they did it. Can I send you the link so you can follow with me? Here's what I'm using. They use a class constructor, which is another thing. Oh, they export. That's probably the one thing. So there's a store. Store equal to create store. And then they import store. There, they import store from helper, and then they set store equal to store. That's all they did. Store equal to create store. But I wonder, isn't that what they're doing in store here? Yeah, they do, create store. That's what we're doing. In our helper, we have store. We're exporting the function though. It's not named. That should be fine, right? We're exporting literally create store, root reducer, apply middleware, thunk middleware, logger middleware. The reducer is combined reducers, authentication, and alert. Authentication is that. And alert is just that. Set your store to const store equal to store. I don't know why that would make a difference, but okay. Now it's going to complain that I want prefer default, but I'll try that. Import store. What's it exporting? Wait, why don't we do this? And then export default store. And then everything is happy and we're doing it the right way, right? No store found. Make sure to follow the instructions. What can we put in the store? Because maybe the reducers are wrong. What can we put in to make it have a store? Did you pass in your Redux DevTools to your store? What? I don't know what you mean. Do I add it without the... Do I add preloaded state? Wait, I'm confused because they have freaking quotes. I mean... I've never had to do this before. What do I put in? Do I copy preloaded state? Everything? Just this. So like that. It's so the DevTools can see us all with the quote. With the comment. Remove the quote. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Then why do they have that there? Oh my god. It looks like you're passing several store. Oh, hold on. We need to put them into the root reducer. This can't go here. This needs to go into the root reducer. Shame. Poor reducer. Okay. In our root reducer. Should we just add one? New file. Call it Redux. What's it called? DevTools? Yeah, DevTools. You can put it there and then put apply middleware in it in parentheses. I mean, we could just do it this way as well, so it's easy to remove later, right? Export default. What's it complaining about now? There. And it's gonna complain about dangling, but there is a solution that they have, right? Nice, nice. Wait, they're still dangling. What the hell? What changed? Oh, they're talking about that. Never mind. There you go. That's just temporary anyway. And then we have Redux Dev Tools, and then in the reducers, automation, and then just do that. And now I just reduced it in the it's fine how I did it now, right, Handpans? It's still saying we don't have a store. I'm not big brain. Okay, let me try it the way that you had it. Oh, that worked. Why did that work but mine didn't? Mine doesn't have your middleware. So why the hell does that work? Store equal to create store, root reducer. Oh, can it not be part of the reduction? The middleware is an argument for the dev tools. Yeah. So stick it in there. And then that's the entire function. And then it's gonna look nasty as all hell. So basically we can get rid of this now. I'm gonna go ahead and delete it. And get rid of it from the reducers. Alright, let's try that now. So we get an init. I think they speak a bit of Cockney here at me now. Oh yeah, that is much nicer, Handpans. So state pin. What the hell is a pin? This is pretty cool. I like this. I've never actually seen a Redux store like this before. You can lock changes, dispatcher. I'm gonna be excited. I know, right? Well, if we can actually see something in it now, test. Go, test it. No, I don't see any values. But I don't think we've done anything yet either, huh? We have undefined. So if I'm not mistaken, you're supposed to... Initial state should have had this. Get item, connect.sid. Well, let's see if state is working. Why do I not have my potato? You saw that I put that in state, right? Why is there no freaking potato? I did put something in initial state. Store, dispatch. Your initial state is not initializing properly. Let's copy that. Initial state equal to... Can it be an can it be a key with a value? My god. But why aren't we getting anything? Am I doing something wrong? I mean, what am I not doing wrong, right? Now, why is there pin there? Pin is undefined. What is pin? Check how you're exporting. Check how you're importing. Exporting, importing what? This is export default as a function for authentication, right? And then in index, we're importing authentication from authentication. Is that wrong? And then combine reducer, authentication and alert. Should I log the root reducer? Will that show us anything? Oh yeah, some errors. Creating a Redux store directly from DevTools extension is discouraged and will not be supported in future major version. Who's complaining about that? Redux DevTools. Okay, but anyway, we got an error here. Unexpected keys, dispatch, subscribe, get state, replace reducer, lifted store found in preloaded state argument passed to create store. Expected to find one of the known reducer keys. Instead, authentication, alert. Unexpected keys will be ignored. What? I don't understand what it means. Fuck does this even mean? Lucky us, right? Improperly destructured. I think I'm so used to node service that it's likely that it might be. Found in preloaded state argument passed to create store. So where create store is being created. So where's it complaining? In preloaded state argument. Which one is a preloaded state? Are you sure it's supposed to be like this? Window, Redux Dev Tools extension, and. Are you sure it's supposed to be both? Well, that didn't change anything, but it still works. Weird. It still works like this. Oh, and I get root reducer now. Wait. No, I always got root reducer. So we do get root reducer. It has an object, has a function, combination. This thing is just going to keep going, isn't it? Jesus. I think your root reducer is coming in as second argument. As two arguments instead of one. How so? And how would I know? It's combining root reducers, authentication, and alert. Let's look at root reducer quick. Okay. Combine reducers, authentication and alert. Yes, then why is it complaining? Unexpected keys, dispatch, subscribe, get state, replace. These sound like internal things, not something I've created. Lifted store, found in preload. I guess we can Google it. Stop using combine reducers and pass your reducer to create store directly. Wait, what? The second argument of create store, preloaded state. Must have the same object structure as your combined reducers. Okay. So stop you. The problem was in word default in my reducer. Export default. Why are you complaining now? Why are you complaining? Unexpected token. What do you want me to do? What's the ES6 version to export? So you should do combine reducers directly. Is that the solution? Now I have to worry about export default? Can we just create an object for it? Why is it complaining? I don't see the error. What's the error? Prefer default export. Well, I don't give a shit about you. Import. And now we destructure root reducer. And now let's see what happens. Okay. We don't have my potato in state. I'm very sad. Export default combine reducers. We'll get you potato. What do you mean export default combine reducers? From reducers you mean? Why can't I just import combine reducer from Redux in store? Why don't I do that? Why don't we import it from Redux? So you want me to do authentication and alert. That's what I'm exporting. And then you want me to do combine reducers. The thing I'm importing. The object. Wait, if it's an object, it doesn't have to be in that, right? There. Don't complain now. It should work. No? Does not contain a default export. Imported as root reducer. The fuck? Import root reducer from reducers. That's what Okay, what is wrong now? Import root from reducers. What do you mean import root? Why are we calling it root now? You mean root reducer? But that's what we were doing. We went to reducers, look. That's the root. We need to combine reducers, no? Don't we have to combine reducers? I'm confused now, you lost me. We've done like so many things. Reducers does not contain a default export. Imported as root reducer. But yes, we're exporting a fucking object, you dumbass. God, I hate exports so much in React. Node does it so nicely. Module.export. Pass in just root reducer. So without combine reducer, just root reducer. But it's still complaining about the fact that there's no default export. Does not contain a default export imported as root reducer. Even if I set it to index, it doesn't matter. That is the index. Okay, export default combine reduces. Okay, I got you. Something like this. Combine reduces authentication alert. My fucking potato. Where's my potato? I want my potato. I have no potato. I'm sad. Now pray. Nothing. Yeah. I know. Fuck knows, dude. My thing is special. The only thing that I could think... Wait, that should work there, right? Or could it be something in my main app? Where I have props here. Const connected app equal to connect. Map state, action creator, app. Because the way he does this, it's just... I just wish I understood it better, because then I could actually work on it. Yeah. I just want to put something in state to see, okay, it works. Then we know we did the configuration right. If I can just get that, then I'll feel we accomplished something. Yeah. Pass one reducer in. Okay. Let's just pass in authentication. Authentication as my potato. We set initial state to an object. Are you sure that's how we can set initial state? I'm amazed you got this far, right? Right? Jeez, thanks. You have such little faith in me. And yet I have such a beautiful login form. My fuck. And a backend that actually lets you log in and log out, but I can't even connect state. Like, how did I... How? I swear, by the time I'm done with this, I could have just created my own implementation of Redux, one that I actually understand. We're spending $1,500 a week to learn this shit and you're learning it on your own. Keep in mind my class took 3 weeks to learn this and half of them refused to touch a combined reducer. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been 9 hours and I haven't slept in like over 24 hours, so I think if I slept it might have been better. So did I say rand? Dollars. It's a lot of rands. You could live very comfortably here with that. It's over 100,000 rand. Now fuck that, coffee time. Now fuck that, I just want to state. I want to see my potato in state. Why are you not working, Redux? I feel it's something else. Initial state. It has an object. If I can't figure this shit out with you, I don't deserve to be a developer. Oh, shame. Why does it have a value of pin? Why is the key pin? Is that just default? Undefined, undefined. And imagine this whole time we're just looking at the wrong thing. No, it has to be an object? Okay, well there's potato. And we export defaulting authentication. Authentication is export default a function. Should I log authentication? Authentication function. Authentication. Let's see what the function is. It's a function. Authentication. Yeah, that's our function. And here in props, do you see that? How do I know if it's there? Well, you said that doesn't really matter, right? Redux should just... We should have something in Redux. Damn. Yeah, I'm completely stumped right now. We're importing it correctly at least. And even if it wasn't connected there, it will be connected here. Where's helper store? Where's the store? Can you put a console log inside authentication? Sure. Yeah, I've done both. So we got into function and got into function. So we okay, so we get into authentication, so we get here, and we also get here. So we got into both. So we're definitely getting into both. But no potato for me. Are we hitting the potato and what's the state? What? What? Okay. State is an object with dispatch, subscribe, get state, replace. Is that normal? Is it supposed to have those things? That's the issue. Oh, it's an issue? I wouldn't know. It should literally just be a Sorry. Where the fuck is it getting it from? State equal to initial state and action. State equal to initial state. That's initial state. Wait, let's log in initial state. Initial state, please give me my potato. What's initial state? Initial state is my potato! Yeah, yes! Okay, so what is action? Action. Satisfaction. Until I get my potato. I just really want that potato. The action is nothing. So where the hell is it getting all this random... The fuck? Return state. Wait. So if initial state is my potato, but then later on state becomes that. What the fuck? So initial state should equal state. So if I log them twice, I should get them both, right? I should get a double. No, I don't. Initial state is a potato. State is the entire thing. I think it's something to do with the store. I did. It's that same issue. I really feel it's got something to do with this shit here, map state, and action creators. Why is there a connect there? Can we comment this out? Can we tell it to just like get wrecked? Can we do that? Is that fine? Will my store still work? Connected app is not defined. What do you mean? Oh fuck. Export default, I guess. App. Okay, the good news is it's not that. The other weird news is we gotta like init 69. So somehow it's weird stuff is happening to it. Nice, blame me for it, thanks. I appreciate you. Where else would we be setting it? Store? Could it be... No, you don't think it's the window, right? Imagine it's the second thing here. What if it's the middleware? What if the middleware is getting crazy? Let's remove the middleware. It's not the middleware, you sure? It's not the middleware, you're right. Gotta try everything. What if it's this extra dev tools? No, it's not the extra dev tools. Set your state. Oh, you're telling me to set my state in default. Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant. So in default, you want me to set state. Yeah, that worked. But I don't have a potato in state. There's no potato for me. Now check Redux tools, right? Where is this replace reducer and stuff coming from? Oh, this is amazing. What's this action? Redux init 7. All of those are the functions that store gives you. Create store. Store equal to create store. Export default store. What if it's because export default store? What if we just do export store without default? Because remember it gives you a... If you export default, doesn't it have default as a key? Oh my god. Okay, we won't speak of this. Store was not found. Import store from helpers. Import store from store. Okay, the good news, it's not that either. What should I make for dinner? Potatoes. With steak. How about we don't import store from here? How about that? How about we import store directly? Import store from why is it not working now? Help me! Helpers. Come on. Store. Okay, let's try that. Export store is not defined. Are you serious? Really? My steak is frozen and I have no potatoes. Rip. Okay, how about we just import store like that? What do it do now? Okay, we didn't expect it to work, but we're gonna try everything. How about we export default store? Okay, I was like, what are you complaining about now? It's fine. Store is not defined. Oh, now I was talking about the other one that I was exporting. Now it's like stuck in a loop. Look, waiting for localhost. It's not even loading anymore. Really? What's up with that? RIP, browser gave up. Don't give up on me, browser. Isn't this technically history from helpers like that? Well, it's not like we need it either, do we? We're not using it right now. Just try to get it to compile. Okay, there you go. It heard your pleas. Let's try something. Not that it should make a difference, but let's compile it from scratch. Yes, I am. The action creators, are they being dispatched? So here's the alert one, do you remember it? Then there's the index where we export them, and then there's the user one. User does dispatch stuff. Oh, you think it's user? User dispatches stuff. Check. Dispatch failure, dispatch success. Do you want me to comment out the dispatches? They shouldn't be used, because I'm obviously... I don't think they are, but I can comment them out. Just to be sure, right? No, it's still doing that. Where the hell? It's like it's putting a function in it, right? State is getting the React stores function. That usually happens when you destructure or like import incorrectly or something. Okay, so yes, you have my undivided attention. I think I found it. Okay, so what do you think the solution is? LOL! They literally put LOL in there? Really? That's pretty cool. But we're already doing that, aren't we? Reducer, state equal to some default value, action. Preload state always wins over state. Oh. That's the one you linked, I think, right? Why A and B? Okay, so what should we do? We need to go to my combiner. Back, yeah. The reducer, right? You're not passing in a state to your combiner. I thought that state. Okay, a preloaded state. That is overriding your initial state. Right. So how do we fix it? What's the easiest way? Because we have a switch and we have a default. So we have to pass the initial state again to the combiner. How? How do we do that? We got rid of the combiner. Oh yeah. You want me to bring the combiner back? I got it here. Ah, so that's how we know how there was an issue. Webpack. Not a webpack issue, huh? Found in preloaded state argument to create store. Nope, not that. Where does the preloaded argument go? Just gonna freaking guess things right now. 12 stack frames were collapsed. Well now. Wasn't that? Create store. Root reducer. I did that, the potato thing, right after it. You want me to remove the other things? The Redux? No, I need the Redux tools. I mean, I tried it. Oh, that one complains about expected the enhancer to be a function. The fuck is an enhancer now? Yeah, I don't know. I reckon, yeah, I'm still at it. Trying to figure out what's wrong with the store now. I just want the store to have some data. We got somewhere. It's something to do with the preloaded state. I wish it would just show me where that is. Hmm. Apparently initial state should literally be like this. But then we probably won't be able to see it, will we? No, it's still an issue. Authentication alert. Expected to find one of the known reducer keys. Instead, authentication alert. So it's getting authentication alert now. It's almost like it's not being reduced or something. So I'm about to start a new project, and I've been meaning to ask, when you first thought of something you wanted to build, what is the first thing you usually Google if you don't know how to do it? Well, I mean, isn't that what I would Google? The first thing that I don't know how to do. So in this case with React and Redux, and just Googling the error message that I get, and like results, keywords based on what I'm trying to do and what frameworks I'm using and libraries and stuff. If you want to test your store without Redux tools, put your Connect back in. How do you know it's working fine when it's saying expected to find one of the known reducer keys, but we get authentication and alert? That's why it makes me feel like it's not reducing. Oh, console.log state. Okay, I'll go try now. Let me go do that for you. Console.log state in map state. The potato state is an object with authentication and alert. I told you. It's not supposed to be like that. It's literally giving the functions. That's what I told you was happening. We got alert and authentication, which are functions in the state. They didn't get reduced. He just is impressed with his progress. But at least we figured out the problem. It's putting functions in. It's not reducing. Reduce is not reducing. It's not doing what it should be doing. Combine reduces. Authentication alert. Maybe the way we're importing them? It could be an import issue now. Will it work if I just do export function? And I bet you then you wouldn't still have it up and running, handpans. Now it's going to complain, does not contain a default export. What is the right way to export? Because I feel it's something to do with that. Because now when I export function, authentication, lol, watch this, watch this. You want to see something? Shouldn't make a difference, but I want to test something. No, it's still putting functions in, unless that's what state's supposed to be like, which I doubt it. Oh, they're both objects. Why are they objects? Oh my... Hold on. Do you think it's... No, it shouldn't be. Export default alert. It's not getting this alert. Are you saying authentication is an object here? It is. It's got potato for you. Wait, you're saying it's working? How do we get the value of potato? Unexpected key potato found in preloaded state argument. Expected to find one of the known reducer keys. What's wrong with finding a potato? Okay, but we don't do that now. What is wrong right now? That's weird. Unless I set state in default like I did now, we don't get the potato state. Do you see that? Why? If I remove that default one... Oh no, we still got the potato state. But then what's it complaining about? There shouldn't be an error. I appreciate that, guys. Just let Redux bitch and moan. Let's just get it working. Okay. So you're saying it's working right now? After all that, it's working. God, all these logs are hilarious. Go to your app. Okay. Yeah. Pass in prop, right? Alright, this is the state we're getting it from. Oh boy, went to the stream just before bed and saw you working with Redux, just woke up, still Redux. That's how we roll. How you doing, Isaac? Okay, so now pass in props for your app. Okay. But where do we render the prop? Console log props in your app. Oh, okay, I got you. The forgetful props. What happened here? Where'd it go? What's happening? Am I running out of wham? No, I'm good. The forgetful props has object alert. Just alert. Why just alert? Where'd the other thing go? Where'd authentication go? What? What the fuck? Is it because of that? Alert equal to state. Return alert. So if I change this to return authentication. Cheers, Isaac. Hope you have a good one. The forgetful prop. Oh, it is. There's authentication. Just return state. What do you mean? What do you want me to return? Oh, you mean in map state? Do you mean in map state? You want me to do ... state? The window has crashed. Oh no. Oh no. RIP. Hold on, I need to do some wham recovery. Because apparently 32 gigs is not enough. Okay, I think... Oh, well, I mean, we have quite a few tabs, right? should probably close some tabs. There you go, 35 tabs. Good. How about that? Oh yeah, oh my bro, oh, it loved that. Yeah, it loved that. Okay, so where were we? We were on app somewhere? Index? No? App? There. We were... You told me to return state. Return your whole state. How? Just return state. Like that. Without that. Like that. Oh no, I think React crashed as well. No worries. npm start. Oh man. Handpans, what a mission. Every time you want a React component to have your state, you run 2 handpans. There must be an easier way, jeez. Oh, we got authentication and alert here. Well, that one really... What were we trying to do at the end? Pass state. That's it. Yeah, I know that. But now can we connect? Can we make it so that it works like before?